unintended. But another example is in Act 4 right now. I even made a video about this, and I saw that like some of the devs were in chat while I was doing it. You can go farm an Abyssal Depths, and it is guaranteed to be there, right? Which is very strong. This means that you could have a decent chance to farm Abyssal Echoes, Omens of Light, any of the like decent omens, and you'll get a decent amount of those currencies. But it's a little bit pre-balanced, right? And that's kind of why I think it's still in the game, because that's something you could argue is maybe unintended that you can do that more than once, but it is in a way pre-balanced because the ribs, collarbones, all of those things are dropping the lower level one, right? So it's only up to 64 items. So that means that yeah, you can farm there, but you're not really getting the gear, you're not really getting the currency. It is just a way to get some gear on new characters during the campaign. You'll be getting the echoes and stuff, but you can't get the collarbones and ribs. So I think that's wonderful. I think that's really great. I actually wish that we would have more things like that. We have some like clever use mechanics during the campaign, but that maybe fall off and aren't worth it over growing maps. And maybe even can be an alternative thing to farm over early maps if you really enjoy it. So stuff like that, great. And obviously, DDD hotfixed a ton of things before they went on holiday, and even though they knew about this, it's still there. So part of that is maybe the balance. I do think this is going to be changed. I don't know how. There is a large problem though. This was discovered after they sort of went on holiday, or at least publicly discovered after they went on holiday. And now they are on a well-deserved Christmas holiday for a while. So in a lot of ways, the software economy is definitely going to be fucked. I would have expected with this many divines dropping, divines to be a lot cheaper. But I think obviously a lot of my content deals with very new players. And so I think it's a little bit hard for experienced players to relate to this. But I think people are underestimating how many players' main currency are Soul Orbs. And to the players, those are the players that get hurt the most by this, right? If you don't have divines even right now, it's rough. Like somebody was saying like, well, mirrors are cheaper now. I think in general, this is going to leave a lot of people out of the economy. I can imagine a lot of new players will feel frustrated. Me, Steel, and Noogie are in solo self-fun. Steel and Noogie are doing this. I'm not. Not necessarily because I'm trying to be like high and mighty and I don't want to abuse this. I'm a little bit lazy. I might set it up. Who knows? I'm a little bit lazy. It's a lot of setup. But the most appealing thing to me about this is the Chaos Swords he's dropping. I actually really want a lot of Chaos because I have a Fractured Tyrannical and a Talisman and I don't really have a good way to get Chaos Swords. So that looks really nice about this. I don't actually have a good use for Divine Orbs. Normally when something like this happens in PoE1, Affliction was arguably even crazier than this. You could even drop like multiple tier 0 uniques per map. But here is, in my opinion, the crux of the difference. In Affliction Link, this is very, very deep into Path of Exile. And even in Harvest, that was quite deep into Path of Exile. There were a lot of other mechanics in the game. So whenever something becomes like super plentiful like this, and now they're dropping tons of Divine Orbs, in some ways, that should mean that Divine Orbs are devalued, and other things that you're not getting with this strategy go up in value. And we saw that in Affliction, right? Things that were not droppable from Affliction did go up in value. So like, for example, Catalysts, right? Things that you maybe have to do, like, things that like you don't have another way to get will go up in value. Because economy is always relative, right? This is like a live action economy dictated by players and dictated by supply and demand. What else do you farm then? Because right now, the problem is this is almost getting everything that you care about. It's getting lineage gems, it's getting rare uniques like Headhunter, etc. There are a lot of good things you're getting here. What are you not getting? You're not getting Omens, so that's nice. You are not getting Abyss crafting stuff, so that's good. You are not getting anything from Trial of the Sekima. So those are the things that normal players that don't want to do this and don't want to set this up can farm, and that'll hopefully be positively affected by inflation in your favor. Because so many people are now like, Bubgun made, I think he said 800 divines in 5 hours or something. I can't actually remember, but it was a very high number. I think I got the number wrong, but very high number. That means that the more people are doing this, when people want the omens and stuff, they're like, at some point, right? Omen of Light could 10x in value because there's so many people doing this that want to craft stuff, and they're like, well, there's just nobody farming Omen of Light anymore, right? Everybody's doing this that we're doing. It's a little bit of a everybody printing their own money situation. And obviously, what he's doing right now, not everyone has a build enough strong enough to not die here. It is quite hard. The game is also slightly better in SSF now. I wouldn't say it's like entirely SSF, at least for hardcore, viable in some ways. For a new player, you might struggle a little bit with some item acquisition and stuff, but at least, you know, there's a lot of fun things you can do on your own too. But I'm not gonna lie, it definitely does suck a bit for the economy for the people that do care about that, which quite a lot of people do. Next up, this brings me to I've seen a lot of people saying, do I think people should get banned for this? I don't. I've not done this myself yet. Obviously, it would be hilarious if Noogie and Steel got banned and I was the only person left in my private league. And like, I think almost every streamer has done this. They'll all get banned. Actually, no, never mind. I changed my mind. Yes, every single streamer has done this should absolutely get banned. What am I thinking? Be the only PoE streamer left to watch on this. That'd be great. No, but on a serious note, I don't think people should get banned for doing this. Which is interesting because in PoE1 I have a very different view. I think they should be way harsher with banning in PoE1 when anyone does something that seems really unintended. That is not always clear, by the way, in an RPG, which makes it hard too. I would way rather that they're overzealous about banning so that you're really cautious when doing something. Because personally, I don't like it when players feel like you should abuse early and you should abuse often and there are never any consequences. The reason I have a different perspective in PoE2 is I know there's a lot of argument on whether or not this is early access. At the end of the day, DDD are marketing it as early access, then I think they should treat it as early access. And the more bugs, glitches, abuse cases, anything people find during early access, the better. And you want to encourage people finding and sharing that. Obviously, ideally, you don't want people abusing set abuse cases for 1,000 divines. But I still don't necessarily think the good thing to ban for stuff like that during EA. I am very cautious in PoE.
Unfortunately, says nobody except me and a handful of other people agree with that viewpoint. Oh, little tink, because they're gonna keep cheating and they're gonna keep abusing because that's what players do. Abuse constantly, abuse often gets used as a justification for people to destroy everything, so it doesn't fucking matter. Because they don't care. That's the problem.
I try to like put a lot of thought, like, is this something that's a little overpowered and unintended, or is it an exploit? So like, there was a thing with Bestiary where you could dupe influence rings, which back then was really strong. I was like, I don't feel right about this, I'm not gonna do it. And yeah, I haven't really done anything like that in PoE1. The only thing I did was farm like rogue exiles, like large rogue exiles in whatever that league that we had. Was it Frisia? I can't remember. I can't actually remember what league it was. There was something I was doing for like, first I did it for like a week, and then I was like, I wonder if they're gonna nerf that. And then it was like 3 weeks and they didn't nerf it. And I was like, I guess it's intended, like 3 weeks. That's a long time. And then they did actually nerf it. And then I ended actually up feeling really bad because obviously now I'd been using something for 3 weeks that they got removed. So it's kind of feels like achieving something and taking the chair out behind me, you know? So it's not always clear-cut in RPGs, right? They are very complicated, and they are supposed to have these cool mechanics where you do feel like you're breaking the game. So it is a very complex issue. Another example of PoE 2, the beetle that we farmed at launch, that was a little bit silly. I think just having having the beetle close to a waypoint would have made sense, but like the respawn at checkpoint resetting the beetle was a little bit OP. So for example, that's something I would not have done in Path of Exile 1. Because I was like, this is a little bit crazy. But yeah, so my take on it, my TLDR is, I think things like this are bound to happen. I think anything short of straight up duping are really, really hard exploits. We're doing like really weird things like crashing the instance or things that are omega cringe, right? Things that are very clearly unintended. Like this right now, while the rewards are insane, they are literally just playing the game. They're literally just playing the game. They're not doing anything unintended. They're not doing anything scuffed. People have set up these labs outside of Holton. Like this, what you're seeing has nothing to do with the actual low level stuff. Was crazy, and that you can like build a temple in a low level character and then level it up later. Sure, I can accept that. Obviously that is the easiest way to set it up right now. But if you spend 40 hours setting it up in tier 15, you get the exact same result. And there's very clearly no unintended. Or sorry, I misspoke. There's very clearly you're just playing the game, right? There's no like bug abuse here. It just happens to be insanely rewarding. I personally think fixing it now is a little bit cursed, because if you don't fix it and you just hold your hands up and you go like, guys, this is fucked. This league is fucked. We're just gonna leave it like this. And everybody can try to set it up, have fun with it, whatever. If you don't do that, if you do change this, then everybody, then like the league is almost equally fucked, right? Like you basically have like an insane class divide, because they don't come back to work for another 8 days. So if you have another 8 days of farming this, and then people that are scared to set it up because they think they're getting nerfed, you're gonna have the people that have like, I have 5 divine orbs, and then now you're at this rate, you're gonna have what? People with like 10 to 100,000 divine orbs in the same economy. So it'll be a weird time. It'll be a weird patch. For me personally, all this stuff isn't super important in the PoE 2 seasons. PoE 2 doesn't have like crazy longevity for me. It is something I play for 3 to 4 weeks, maybe 5 if it's like an absolute banger, but I'm sure we all agree there's not a ton of stuff to do at the end game, right? You make a character, you try it out, you farm Arbiter, you kill the other bosses, you try to get some cool gear, and then you've sort of done it all. So that's why I focus on new builds. I've been doing a lot of new builds this season, and I'm also trying to get better at the campaign. I don't really like the PoE 2 campaign, so I'm trying to reduce my campaign time to sub 6 hours at least, or ideally sub 4 would be my goal, because it's quite slow for me right now. I think the last one was 10 or 11 hours, maybe a bit faster, I'm not sure. And I really enjoy trying out all the new stuff they added. I'll do maybe a week, maybe 2 if I'm feeling lucky, more Path of Exile. I will consider restarting in a new party league with Steel Mage and Nuki on Hardcore, and then I think for me, I will play Project Zomboid. I really wanted to make a Project Zomboid streamer server. Just gotta figure out when would be a good time for that, and then we're ready for the next PoE 1 league. So that seems like a pretty good schedule for me. I hope this video was informative, trying to include some of the history of similar instances in RPGs. And at the end of the day, this is just my opinion. I just realized my camera froze. I don't know when it froze. Hopefully it hasn't been frozen too long. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Thanks for Bubgun being background footage. Let me know what you guys think. I'm trying to die less than the economy does.
Kappa. That shit is fucking dead, bro. People can't control themselves. It is fucking dead. Pin comment. So this. Pinned comment. I do not believe they have pinned comments in this section for Kick. Nope, they do. Do I control how long? Nope, just stands. Got it. Wonderful. Upside down, Negroes turn me inside out, and round and round, upside down, navigate me inside out, round and round. As the biggest, the baddest, the largest, because they're gonna get it, because I'm gonna be gorgeous. Ouch. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is December 28th, 12:32 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. It is officially the last Sunday of the year, which means we have had, we'll have had 33 episodes of the Yap-In. We have come a very long way. We've come a very absorbent way. But hopefully we have come so far, and in the end it will have actually mattered. As such, we will be having an all-day Yap-In today. I'm going to be lenient with the timer. Basically, come in right, come in prepared, come in with something to talk about, and you can stay for as long as I'm not bored with the conversation. I have experienced multiple events, I've experienced multiple parties, including my own, as well as the failure of the party that we were going to have on Boxing Day, because apparently everybody was in their own thing. People called out because people got sick. People called out because there was... I don't know how better to say this than... I literally caught some of the people who said they would be coming, constantly fighting on Twitter, rather than actually calling into the show to do something positive. We did have an emergency with horror. I mean, that's unfortunate. Nothing we can do about that. That's out of her control. It's out of my control. So what we're going to do is we're going to reschedule it for later in January. Probably on the community group gaming night on Thursday. We did not follow up with the gaming night number 2 this Thursday simply because hard to plan and timing. But we will pick back up again on that Thursday. Several IRL events that we've gone to. I was literally at a party yesterday. And for what it's worth, plenty of the parties that I've been to have been alright. Not the greatest, but alright. So I sit here with my sparkling white grape. And with phlegm that feels like it's just haunting me in my chest. And with my flats on my feet where they belong. My tongue with bated breath. Topics, consideration, and interesting things from all the places you can get from. And almost always, as if it is tradition, first caller. Hello, Saf.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay. It's been a crazy year, I guess.
Honestly, just a little bit boring for me. I have a lot of things that have happened that were good this year. But in terms of excitement, it was a very boring year. I mean, personally. Overall, there's probably plenty of things people would say was like, wow, that was really crazy, Carl, but World of Gaming, here today, gone tomorrow. Most of the drama about those events were games that I don't play. So it's pretty much plateau. The biggest rises in my years, the years in which there was a new Path of Exile leak that I wanted to play, and that's it. Have made significant steps and margins, but it's just excitement to a very minimum. But I guess that's just a me thing. It is a little bit crazy that we're almost at the end of a year, if you think about it, though, in that way, Foster. Because there have been plenty of games that have made returns, plenty of games that made comebacks, plenty of events that made returns, plenty of things that made comeback. I just learned, like, an hour and 15 minutes ago, that the account that was making the Will Stansel show, the AI shitpost, was Emily fucking Yukis. That means nothing for some of you. But Emily Yukis was basically a canceled animator because people decided to antagonize her for her political beliefs. And now I guess she's back on the menu because they like the funny. But only because Will Stansel's amongst the rate. But no, this is your opportunity. You tell me about what was exciting for your year. Has your year improved overall? Are you out of the money pit?
Not exactly.
What does that mean?
I have like people to help sometimes, but most of the time I haven't had much luck with like finding a job really.
Well, what were you able to succeed at doing?
I don't know, I mean just getting rid of a bunch of stuff to go to another location.
Where are you right now?
I don't really want to talk about it.
Okay. You don't have to talk about it. So, I'll ask you this way. Your life quality has gone up or gone down?
I'd say it's gone down.
Okay. And you're making the necessary steps to put it back up, yes?
Well, I have to do that probably next year when I can actually, get stuff done. Because, people are still out for the holidays.
Okay. So, tell me about the things that you are proud that you did this year, Saf.
Proud that I did this year? I mean, if anything, just I was able to make some connections with other people, trying to be more social in some way.
Okay. Tell me about the ways you achieve that.
Just kind of going on a way to talk to, my friends more. Maybe the friends that actually do reach out and ask me how I'm doing and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I didn't really do that much art stuff this year because of like some difficulties with like jobs and like my mental state, but
But you did make the necessary steps to get that process on the ball and start rolling, right?
I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks I don't really have what it takes to do it well. There's times where I think it's a little bit too late for me to start doing certain things again.
In what way? What's preventing you? What makes you think that you don't have time?
It's more so felt like I wasted a lot of time just being in my own head for too long. And like basically doing what other people tell me. A lot of times it isn't really helpful.
Okay. Knowing you, I know I can say with certainty that I know that that's bullshit. That's just imposter syndrome. I'm certain that you feel that way. I'm not going to take that from you. But I know you know right from wrong. And I know you know how to motivate yourself. It's just a question of whether or not you feel like you're motivating yourself at what you think is a proper amount of time for what you think it should take you. And maybe you feel that's the case. Do you think I'm wrong?
No, it's just that, I'm aware that I didn't make enough connections as I was starting to get older. But there were a lot of things that were also preventing me from making those connections.
Like what?
I didn't have funds to go out really. And I also had like a time period of limited technology and stuff.
Okay. Is that all you think was preventing you?
Not really, but I mean, it wasn't that. It was just a multitude of a lot of factors. Anytime I wanted to do something that was positive for myself, I was basically kind of mentally beaten out of it.
Just by life in general?
What'd you say, Carl?
You said you felt beaten out. Beaten out by what? Life? Opportunity? People?
Well, kind of cross between like life and other people.
Which people?
They're really fun. I don't know what I want to talk about it like this, but I mean, we've had the conversation before. I don't have the most supportive network of people in my life.
Yeah, directly. I'd say you have plenty of support networks here and other places, especially when people may reach out for you, but in your personal life, I can't speak to that, only you can.
I mean, that's where I was getting at. It was like more so in my personal life, and I feel like I don't really fit in too well, even though I try to. Like, I feel like I'm past the point of, making people understand. Like, they're always gonna see you as some sort of, freak that's just there and taking up space.
I can see where you're coming from, because there are definitely times where I can have felt like that was very much like that. However, the advice that I would give you is the same advice that I discovered for myself, which is that part of that is mostly in your head, and it truly only is something that will prevent you for as long as you let it. It's not a cure-all answer. It's not no kumbaya wusa type shit. There is a level of work that you must do to put yourself in the mental state to be open, receiving, and ready for what you would like to do concerning what it is you'd like to achieve when it comes to what you're trying to change, what you're trying to gain, and trying to fix, air quote, fix, with what you could be doing with other people, as well as how you could be doing whatever you wish to do in your own time. knowing that this is a struggle that you have, and knowing that this is a struggle that I will overcome myself, but maybe not necessarily all that much, it is a little bit different for me speaking on it, because, and it's not me doing an ego thing here, there are people that have done things specifically to try and prevent me from having a life, where in your situation it is most things that are in your control. There have been people who have tried to sabotage the show live on air because they allowed petty grievances and antagonism to try to prevent it and to actively destroy their friendships with me. For what I know, assuming I remember what I've remembered you telling me, and what I can abstract and give as advice, and I've given as advice before, outside of the things that are out of your control, a lot of this is ultimately stuff that you can do, and that it's about you putting your foot down and up someone's ass, and just twist your foot a little bit when you stick it up there, right?
I gotta do all that.
Yes. I'm not saying that you need to completely do like a complete personality 180, but a little bit of assertiveness. A little bit of assertiveness. And defending of your boundaries. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, I feel like, there's times where I do get angry or I do get frustrated with other people, but I feel like I can't lash out. But like, there's times where I have done that and it was, it was wrong for me to do, or it wasn't called for.
I suppose. I think the thing to remember is that it's not about lashing out. Just quiet power. Just quiet reinforcement of power. I'm not expecting you to like enter a real room and start raising your voice with the horror and shouting and screaming on the top of your lungs, but soft power. But what do you think is your best foot forward? What do you think what would you like to start working on to change, I guess? What is going to be your resolution for the new year?
Ooh. I don't think I'm good with these. Being more active for one, but I think a lot of people say that, but, in this, age of like, we gotta make AI images and we gotta be taking everybody's RAM to do it. Like, put out more genuine art that people are interested in.
So you want to make more art?
Yeah, I still like it, but there's times where I feel like I don't have what it takes to like really make stuff that's detailed or anything like that.
Well, certainly we can agree that that is definitely imposter syndrome talking to your head, and you should push through that. You don't want to be just defeatist and tell yourself that, man, I could never be able to create, because you know you can create. Maybe it's not always going to turn out the way that you planned for it to, but you are capable of great things. You know that you are. Do you think there's anything else that's particularly getting in the way of allowing you to be able to achieve what you would like as your desire?
feel like I don't have like a good personality. Or I'm not that interesting.
I mean, for all the things that it's worth, you in fact do. Doesn't mean necessarily, and I could agree that you don't necessarily know how to properly apply it. But then again, how would you know how to ride a bike if you've never ridden a bike? It's a skill, like anything else. You chip away at it, bit by bit. If you feel like you want to disagree, feel free.
I mean, oh yeah, I don't have really much to say at the moment.
Take your time, find words.
You cut out. What'd you say?
Take your time, find your words.
It's it just got really, difficult trying to try to look inward into myself and just kind of realizing like, oh, like me trying to be honest with people and saying, hey, I don't agree with that is not desirable. It's not a desirable trait, to be honest, I guess. Like, you have to tiptoe around subjects of people. And I don't like having to do that.
I suppose not. You can always not tiptoe. You could have all the subtleness of a lead bullet.
Yeah, but I feel like if I do that, it will get me, like, even more ostracized than I'm already am.
Let me ask you this. Do you care about the opinion of the people that would be ostracizing you?
Kind of.
Why?
I mean, if it's like people in like a group setting and they've known other people longer than I do, like, I already don't say much, so I don't really have much of a sway in a lot of conversations, really.
Okay. Would you say that part of what you're looking for in yourself is the ability to feel like you deserve to be in the room where it happens? that you have to earn a place in something that you already have?
I mean, it's kind of been like that in a fair amount of situations I've been in.
I suppose the only other question you could really ask for that is, do you feel like you deserve to have pleasures, freedoms, thoughts of your own? If you feel like you have to tiptoe in order to have these thoughts of your own, giving questions and answers to people who may not necessarily want to hear the thoughts that you have to give. Some basic questions like that.
Well, sometimes it feels like I'm not really allowed to voice the opinion in a way that I want.
Do you feel like I'm doing that to you now?
No, it's just that it's more like a lot of times I do get angry with people. I don't tend to show it. But you know, I left all that steam off, like, you know, like by talking to somebody else about it and explain why, you know, certain situations make me angry. But if I say it out loud, it's like, you know, it'll make me like a jerk or something.
Why do you feel that?
Because I had to play this part like I'm a decent person. You know, I often don't feel that way.
And what would you say best gets you out of this position in your head where that is the case that you feel?
What do you mean by that?
Repeat what you just said.
Where I don't feel like a decent person a lot of the time.
Yes. What makes you feel like you aren't a decent person in your own life and mind?
There's like I made a lot of mistakes. I've done a lot of embarrassing things.
And do you think that those embarrassing things negate you from your right to be a human being?
Sometimes.
Why?
Because not everybody's understanding of it. You know, talking about that stuff is, cringe, as people say.
Do you feel cringe right now?
No. It's just that I'm aware of, like, not everybody reacts positively to certain information that you tell them. So, like, a lot of times there's certain aspects of my personality or my personal life that I don't bring up with everybody. Right?
Naturally.
You know, like, I don't even like really talking about being on the spectrum that much, especially now because of how, quickly it slips into eugenics and crap, so...
When was the last time you had a conversation like that?
I mean... I haven't really had that conversation. I mean, I've only talked about it with, like, some close friends.
May I ask how that conversation went when you talked to those friends?
Well, they told me I shouldn't feel bad for being the way I am.
Did they tell you anything else?
Well, some of the words I can't repeat.
Pick words that are close enough.
Well, it's a lot of, people are stinky doo-doo heads, and, like, they don't know better. They shouldn't make you feel bad for being who you are, but because there's, like, when you go out in public and you deal with people, you have to still pretend that you normal, but you're obviously not. you know, like, there's some things that I've done that I never really thought about, like staring at people for too long. And I unintentionally scare people. So
And do you do it purposely?
not on purpose, no, it's just that I didn't know I was doing it.
Then I think you can forgive yourself for just having just a little bit too much of a leering eye. Especially since it's not purposeful.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was like I was like looking at something, and when I turned back to look at somebody, they said that I was like I startled them, and I was like, I didn't mean to. I was looking for something.
You can only use so much. You're just one woman. Just like I'm one Carl, you're only one woman. When was the last time you had an experience like that in public?
Well, it was like about a month ago.
About a week ago? Do you remember what you were doing, what you originally left your home to do?
I mean, I was with family, so.
And who was the person that engaged the situation first? The stranger? Family member that noticed that you were staring?
It was like the family member that said that. And a lot of them, I think some of them were aware of what I have. And I feel like, I feel like I'm not really seen as a family member sometimes. I'm just someone that just comes there with my mom.
Is it your family member that makes you feel this way?
Well, no, it's just that it's something that I've worried about for a while, and then it turns out, oh, I am scaring people.
Has this been a fear that you've had before in any situation?
I mean, I've been excluded because of that.
Has anybody ever intervened in these situations before to try and help you feel like a normal person?
No, I mean, I'm mostly dealing with it by myself. I mean, even when I had anxiety issues before, I have to like legitimately tell people to not send me to the hospital because they can't do anything.
And when it comes to these anxiety events that you have, Is it only when you're out with people in public, or also when you're online?
It's happened more so in public, but I haven't been having these that often. It's like there's ways that I've learned to manage it better, but when it does happen, you know, people want to call the hospital. And I tell them, like, you know, I just need a place to calm down. Like, 'cause if I get sent to the hospital, I have to pay bills that I don't really need to.
Okay. And when it comes to these panic attacks of yours, what usually brings them on?
Um, you know, when I get hurt or not feeling well, when I think when I can kind of tell people are giving me a side-eye weird look.
Any other time?
Oh, what did you say?
You said that one of the times when it happens is when you feel like you have people giving you the side eye and giving you a hard time. Is there any other time that this anxiety crops up?
I guess when I'm under a lot of like pressure, you know, to do well at a job.
Pressure at a job, when you're talking to new people, when you're uncomfortable in normal situations, when you want to go on a date with someone you like.
I've been going on no dates there.
Haven't gone on dates a lot?
No.
No, I know what your circumstances are, so I can understand if it's like, but Carl, how date if no money? Though I would like to remind you, you are a woman.
Maybe I just go up to people and ask them for a date.
I mean, you've done it before.
I haven't really.
So the scenario with the rocker that you've talked about before, how long ago was that?
Oh, it's been
Months, years?
it was, I want to say about something like 7 or 8 years.
Okay.
I didn't go up to him. He
approached you?
came, yeah, he approached me because I was like sitting alone.
Okay. When was the
And,
last... Never mind. Keep talking.
And we just exchanged numbers, and we didn't do It wasn't until he asked me some specific questions that I said that, oh, I thought I would have I was a little bit too nervous to ask certain things, basically.
Okay. And when was the last time you've gone on a date?
I don't know, it's been more than a... Like, if you're talking about an actual date?
Yes. Even just a coffee date.
Been no coffee date.
So no casual date, no normal date, no extensive hanging out with yourself and another person in Second Life, nothing.
Not... Like, I've talked to my friends,
Okay.
but I haven't going on any dates. It's like, I don't think I've been to one in, like several years.
And you feel like it's the anxiety that stops you?
Kind of. Like, I think that, I mean, at my age, I'm not gonna be too desirable.
You're talking like a MILF.
What?
At my age.
Yeah, but I'm like 33, not, I think it's a little worse.
For context, you're the same age as my partner. And I'm 31, which means you're in the same generational age bracket. What do you mean at your age? Look at yourself in the mirror right now. Go look at yourself in the mirror right now.
My mirror is not even near my desk.
What are you on right now? Your cell phone or your computer?
I'm at my computer.
Alright, get up, go to the bathroom right now, give me a 360 in the mirror, really look at yourself and come back.
Okay.
Do it! Do it right now! Trust me, chat, I know what I'm doing.
I don't look exactly flattering at the moment. I mean, wearing house clothes.
I have no conceptualization of you in my head, so I can't exactly say anything to that. Only you can. However, you got up, you went to the bathroom, you looked at yourself. What did you see?
It's someone's like that's out of shape, kind of unflattering looking.
You have dimples?
Dimples? No,
Freckles?
I don't have that. I mean, I have like blemishes on me.
Bitty marks?
Not really, no.
Birthmarks?
I think so.
Where? You don't need to tell me if it's an intimate place, just anywhere on your person you can see casually when you look in the mirror.
I don't know, there's like, I don't know if it's birthmarks, but there's just like areas of my arms where there's like little spots coming from, and I don't know where they they appear from because I don't scratch there or anything. They just show up out of nowhere.
Hopefully you put more lotion on than I do. Are you ashy?
No, I put lotion on every time I come out the bath. I use like cocoa butter and all that stuff.
So when you look in the mirror, you see your imperfections more than your casual self?
I mean, I feel like that's what people are gonna notice.
Why?
Because people bring attention to it sometimes, and I mean, I know it's like some stuff that's like out of my control. I mean, I can control my weight, but when I was smaller and I was just trying to actively keep up my appearance, like it felt like it never was really enough. Like either I wore something that was, you know, different, or I had the wrong hairstyle. You know, like something didn't look right.
So I have a very impactful question for you. Are you ready for it?
Uh-huh.
What makes you think that people are going to look at your imperfections more than you did yourself?
Because I guess people notice those things, and there's sometimes I wasn't paying attention to it, but people notice it anyway.
Do you often feel like you notice your imperfections more than you notice your natural beauty?
Beauty is kind of loaded. I don't know that.
So when you look in the mirror every day, you see imperfections of a worse version of yourself, or you just see yourself?
I mean, I see myself, but I'm aware that I'm not, I'm not exactly attractive looking.
You know I don't believe you when you say that. I know that you feel it in your head. I know that you think that. But I don't believe that. Because without needing a picture, I know that there are things about yourself that, quite frankly, don't come through only because you don't realize they're there.
I mean, I'm being realistic. I mean, I feel like I can't just go around saying that I'm pretty because that wouldn't be truthful.
I'm not saying that you can put peak femininity to shame. I'm saying you get up, you look at yourself, and you know that you are beautiful. It's not about vanity. It's about personhood. You get up, you get out of the shower, you get out of the bath, you doll yourself up, you get ready for the day every day. You choose your outfit, you style yourself. Then you turn around in the vanity mirror and you say to yourself, damn, I look good today. I feel good today. I really put this outfit together.
There's not a lot of that.
We're still allowed to feel like shit. Because the alternative is for you to get up and then, just casually lie to yourself and say, nobody will approach me. I could never suck the skin off a lemon. Nobody in the world would ever want me to be the mother of their children. Because that's not true. You've pulled before. What makes you think you can't pull again?
Yeah, but it's like freaking luck when it happens.
Why?
And it's like being at the right place, right time. Saying, I guess sometimes saying the right things.
Charisma need no opportunity to present a chance. It's in the room with you when it happens. I understand that I'm who I am. But I know that it is true, because even so when it doesn't apply necessarily all that well for myself, charisma is not something that you just luck into. It is a choice. Just as much as you choose your words, you choose the confidence that you have in almost every situation. Now, obviously, there's no charismaing your way out of rape. There is no charismatically getting yourself out of a carjacking. If they're actively desiring to steal something from you. But you can find the charisma, if not to tell yourself the honest truth, but to give yourself the compliment every day that you are in fact the shit. Do you disagree?
I don't disagree. It's just that like I said before, I feel like I don't have a good enough personality.
Who do you feel like you need to prove it to?
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I have to still present it as normal because if I don't do that, I'm just gonna get shunned even more.
The motto that I'm going to tell you to think in such situations where you feel like you need to perform in order for you to have normal communication, interaction, and accessibility is fuck them niggas. Say it with me now. Fuck
Fuck
them niggas.
I don't know. Finish this. I can't be saying all this stuff out loud.
You can also say assholes.
I mean, true, but I mean, still during the day, and
You can say people.
Oh.
Are you at home? Are you in public?
I'm at home, but there's other people here.
I'm not trying to get you to say something declaratively where everybody can hear you. Just fuck niggas. Rolls right off the tongue. Fuck niggas. Substitute whatever word you feel you need to. I want to hear you say it. Fuck them niggas.
Fuck them niggas?
I mean, you don't have. I'm not making you say niggas. But fuck them niggas. Let it roll off your body. You're in a social situation. Somebody's trying to shun you because, oh, I don't like your outfit. I don't think it really matches all that well with your complexion. I don't think you got the body for it. But you don't say that, motherfucker. Fuck the niggas! You go out in public. You've been able to get yourself a date. The date fell into your lap. Unironically, hentai style. You are out on your first date with whoever he or she or shlee or shklur is. You hear over in the corner, oh, you can't handle all that. What you gonna say about it? Fuck them niggas! You go out, you get a new outfit. Not for anybody else, just for you. And you wear that outfit. You go out in public with the outfit. You get into a situation where somebody sees you in the outfit and said, you know, so-and-so did it much better. What do you tell them? Fuck them niggas. Just here's how I look at it. There are things that are out of our control all the time. There is always going to be something that is out of your control. One of the few things that are in your control is your own viewpoint. You are in control of the things you think and the things that you say and the way that you act in response to situations you are put into. Why allow yourself to forget that you are in fact the shit? Doesn't mean you're perfect. Doesn't mean you're better than anyone. Doesn't mean you have to walk around and say and announce that you are better than anyone. But you get up, you look at yourself in the mirror, and you say to yourself, I am better than I was yesterday. And to anybody else who tell you different, it would make you get in your head and think those thoughts. What do you say?
Fuck them where they're at.
I couldn't hear you.
It's a lot. I mean,
why do you feel like it's a lot?
One thing, it's a lot because I feel like it'll just cause more trouble than it's worth.
Who? For who?
For me?
Why? You're allowed to think thoughts in your head. You're allowed to have an opinion of yourself. And you're allowed to have a positive opinion of yourself. No one on this side of the afterlife ever told you that you need to put yourself down for somebody else's ability to feel better.
Well, they don't have to say it. It's more like their actions reflect it.
If people take actions against you where they actively are attempting to make you feel like shit for existing, what do we say to them? What do we say in this situation? What do you say to the cosmic divine essence of serendipity that dare make the action occur in this current timeline? Say it now! Fuck.
Look, I can't say it right now, but I understand what you
Alright then. That's all that it really is at the end of the day. There are going to be times that you're going to get annoyed and pissed and very fucking angry. I was very, very fucking disappointed in some of the people that I approached and asked and was let down by when I wanted to make sure that the event went well the other day. None of the people that were present were the people who were responsible. It was an entirely separate group. And yet, you can choose to be angry and allow yourself to feel the way that you can feel about it. Or you can allow yourself the ability to feel differently about it. And to approach differently about it. And to consider differently about it. So that however you go about the situation and you handle those emotions, you are able to properly compartmentalize and cope and move forward. Because at the end of the day, everything that happens is in your control. Because you control your emotional outburst, you control your mentality, you control your action. A person can do everything possible to make you feel like shit. But it does not mean a damned thing in the greater sphere of you getting up and you laying down at the end of the day and starting over like a clean slate. It doesn't mean that thing didn't happen. It doesn't mean that I'm telling you to forget about your problems because your problems aren't real. It is simply the cosmic fact and choice that when handling problems, you have to remember what is most important. And the thing that is most important is that tomorrow is another day. Some people you probably can't avoid. You have to engage with them in some way. And that's maybe part of the problem. That because you have to engage with them, that you feel that it is an unavoidable problem, that they're going to make an issue for you or other people around you. And it is to the case that that might be a concern. And therefore you've got things in your head that you're worried about as a part of the contingency of other problems that you will want to try to address as you arrive at those problems. But if they are actively putting pressure on you in a direct way, where it feels like you are being put through a hazing ritual, the only thing you need to tell them is for them to go fuck themselves. Especially if they're doing it actively. Especially if this is a person that calls themselves your so-called friend. Because at the end of the day, the thing that matters most is that you are where you feel you are best making use of the advantages that you feel that this God-given life has granted you. And for what that is worth, it's worth its weight in gold. Because if you feel like you are being denied the opportunity in which you can live, because someone is actively putting pressure on you to stop you from being able to live, it is your right to then say, I am not going to let this affect me like this anymore. Because you do have the right to have the ability to have a life and be able to have happiness, no matter how small or fleeting the moment might be. Because at the end of the day, the thing that matters the most is that you are doing your best. And all you can do is your best. I like to think of it in terms of letter grades. If your best letter grade effort is an F, then your best letter grade effort is an F, but you gave your best effort. If you know you're not giving your best effort of a letter grade, that is when I would probably have a problem with it. But if you are getting up every single day and you are putting in your best letter grade effort to achieve the goal that you're trying to do, then nobody has the ability to tell you anything. Because either they see what it is you're doing, and they see what you are putting into action with your plans, or they do not. And if they cannot see it, especially when you are asked by them, very much so if you are asked and approached by them, they ask you, you explain it to them, you walk them through it, and they still don't see it, fuck them niggas! Because you don't have to really explain yourself any more than that. Because that's part of your boundaries. If you put yourself in a position where you always have to be receptive to every single thought that comes out of another person's mind, really they're just putting you in a position where they are allowing you, or they are forcing you to be their emotional dumping ground. And that is probably extremely toxic. Not just in the friendship sense, but it is toxic to your personality. It is toxic to your shadow self. It is the emotion in your body that best recognizes the source principle of self-abandonment and shame. To the shame, why are you shaming yourself? You don't have to lash yourself out in the streets, self-flagellate for the responsibility and crime of having a happy fleeting moment. To the self-abandonment, you don't have to let yourself be in such a position where you have to abdicate your personal self-sense of duty because I gotta get in formation with everybody else. I can't outshine anyone particularly, especially if it's in a social friend group, because it is their job. It is almost certainly a responsibility, especially in a social group with people who you know, to try to uplift you, just as I am right now with my words. But I'm not necessarily trying to just uplift you for happy doy. I'm also giving you the tools. It's Shadow Work 101. If you can put a name on it, just like naming a demon, you can defeat the thought that is in your head. If you can't name it, and you can't explain the reason why you feel that way, then you can't do anything about it. Another way to phrase that is that if you can't explain why you feel the emotions, you have a responsibility to figure that out. Because realistically, you can't really feel the emotion if you can't explain it. This is a little bit of parenting advice that I learned to deal with Zulian. It's not necessarily going to work very much right now when he's very much still in the phase of climbing on top of and over our shoulders and throwing himself to the floor whenever he has a tantrum. But the idea is, when he's capable of formulating full thoughts and having critical thinking skills, just like you and I have them, if you are crying, and I come to you, and I see that you're crying, and I ask you, Saf, why are you sad? And you're just like, Carl, I can't get into it. It's a lot. I ain't got nothing but time. So it's not a sense that you don't have the ability to explain. Unless you need to parse your words and find your words. Much like how Star usually does. And it's not a case of there's not enough time to explain. Because I'll make time. If you can't explain it, because you can't find the words to bring to the forefront what it is you need to respond to that has got you in that position. I'm not going to say you're not allowed to feel it and you're not allowed to be sad, But I would say you need to try very, 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 very hard to figure out what exactly is causing the emotion so that you can be able to begin addressing it. Because then otherwise you're just going to be sad. And what are we going to do about that? I cry with you, but I don't know what we're crying about.
I think it's just like a lot of kind of the realization that I don't really fit in, and it's very apparent, and mentally I feel like I'm very, very behind, or not exactly mature.
By whose standard? Society's?
Yeah.
You're neurodivergent. Why does society's opinion matter in your personal life?
You know, because you're supposed to be doing certain things when you get to a certain age.
Sure. But that's society's standard, not your standard. Life is a marathon, it's not a race.
I mean, you know, when I tell people that I want to make art a career, you know, it's not something that exactly met with cheers or, you know, reverence. It's, you know, you're supposed to have a real job that makes real money. Even though it's my passion, it's like not something I can make a living off of, even though I really want to.
I'm more than certain that you can be able to make money, and that you have made money, and will make money again. And certainly that doesn't mean that you have to necessarily quit your day job. Well, first, I suppose one would need to acquire a day job, and then you would not have to worry about quitting your day job. Since for this current moment, just like how it was for me, your art is your hobby, and you wish for it to be your career. But right now it doesn't necessarily pay the dividends that you wish that it did. But it is definitely a night and day difference, because in that situation, to those people that then look at you and say, I don't know, lil sis, I don't think you got what it takes. You know what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, you can allow self-doubt to seep in and poison your mind, or you can quite literally put your middle finger into the air and stick it in where their sun does not shine to those individuals. And I'm not telling you be motivated by spite, but I am telling you to not let them demotivate you. Because the number one word there is perseverance. Because if you allow yourself to abandon the idea there, then how exactly will you be able to put things together at a later date when it comes time to try to keep things copacetic on the lines that matter most? A lot of the responsibility, a lot of the outcome, a lot of the feedback will become how things should be and not how things actually are. You can't make it any more than what it already is. And dealing with it from there is a choice that we wish that people could properly be able to achieve, with or without a little bit of some difficulty or some stupidity. But it is a choice at the end of the day. It is a thing that you do. It is an action that you perform. It is an abdication that you cannot abandon, because the other choice would be abandoning it, and then you have nothing to show for it, because you passively gave in. Being able to accept it for what it is Not putting a label on it, not putting a force on it, not necessarily putting a name on it, but just treating it for what it is. That's the number one thing you gotta do at the end of the day. Nothing else matters. Because are those individuals going to be responsible for paying your bills, paying your light, paying your rent? If they're already not supporting you now, and don't believe in you now, why allow them to have the ability to decide your own self-worth in yourself with your own art? A blind man can't see the vision. And to somebody who has never experienced it, you can't teach them hunger. I say this all the time. But you cannot teach that kind of individual who wants to behave like that or think like that hunger. It is not in their nature. So for what it's worth, you can only do your best. And I do believe that you have been doing your best.
I mean, I try.
Do you feel like you succeed? Yes, no? So you don't feel like you succeed?
Huh?
You said that you try. I asked, do you feel like you succeed? You didn't answer. So you feel like you don't succeed?
I feel like it's just a very slow process. Like, kind of having to take it a day at a time.
No, not everything happens instantaneously. Rome was not built in a day. Neither was the Barbie Island Dream House. Even the gun plot and the craft figure requires some assembly. Why would you think that life would be any different?
Well, like I said before, you know, there's certain expectations people have of you. when you reach a certain age.
What people are putting this expectation on you?
I can't say it out loud.
Is it someone personal?
Yeah, it's, you know,
Is it family?
just that, yeah, but it's just that they said something along the lines of that I'm like 10 years behind people my age, basically.
And they
Because
understand. And they understand that you're neurodivergent.
they don't think it's like legitimate.
Your family member who knows that you have neurodivergency doesn't think that your neurodivergent status would be a factor in why you would adapt and evolve at the rate at which you'd be allowed to.
I mean, I didn't really receive help for it for a long time because of, them kind of hindering it.
Intentionally
like
sabotaging?
Kind of. It's just that, like, they say all these other stuff that doesn't really matter. Or they just make up stuff that's not even affecting me personally. There's, like, a lot of factors. Because they would tell me, like, oh, because you went through such and such when you were in school. And I'm like, what? That didn't even happen. I even told you what happened.
Well, it sounds like you found one of your prime culprits.
I mean, I explained it before. It's just that, it's just like, I just know they're not exactly gonna understand, and they don't really explain it very well to other people. So that also causes the issue because they're not gonna exactly listen to me when I say it.
What do you think you should work on first? When you have the time, when you are prepared and able and ready. What do you think is the first thing you should work on?
First thing I should work on. Like, in what way?
Well, you've described that there is a person in your life that is in your family that is directly responsible. I don't know, my music's louder than me, my microphone's gain is all the way up. You've described that there is a person in your family that is directly responsible for creating this sense in yourself that you have an abdication to your ability to grow and change, because they have said it's not a big deal, you should be further along where you are, you should be able to do these things that other people can do. They understand that you're neurodivergent. They understand that you have this factor that would be a part of why change and or adaptation would come more difficult for you. And at the same time, they are putting a weight on you that they then act is not there, that then causes you to have this self-actualization loop, where you feel, in your own words, as I've listened to you, feel that you can't achieve the goals that you want because there is a thing that they are effectively putting onto you, that they are taking from you, that they are causing you to feel like you can't earn and that you're not deserving to receive because of this level of abdication caused by your own self-worth and your own viewpoint of your own self-worth. What do you think is one of the first things you'll want to work on when you have the time and you're prepared and able to actively move with your agency to solve?
I think it's just like, I mean, getting another job that pays well, but like I feel like trying to even communicate with them is like a lost cause at this point, because it's just because lately it's just being like, you know, you gotta throw all this stuff away.
What stuff are they telling you to throw away?
It was a lot of physical things.
Like what?
Like a lot of my belongings. Like stuff that I held on to that had value to me. I mean, one of the big ones was like a television that I wanted to keep. But, you know, they made a huge fuss about like they didn't want to carry it. I even said that like they didn't have to do that. I could have asked someone else to do it. But they made a whole big deal. And then, you know, I wasn't allowed to keep something that I found value in, but they made me keep a dresser that I've had since childhood that's falling apart. The knobs don't even stay on. One of the dressers broke apart, and I have to keep that because I don't have anywhere else to put clothing. But you know, I can't go against their word because they know best.
Have you told them that they, in fact, do not know best and that you know what's best for you?
They're not gonna listen to what I say.
And this is a person that you don't have the ability to separate yourself from?
No.
I see. And how many times have you had this conversation with that person?
It's been several times. It's just like, you know, get rid of the cat, get rid of all this stuff, so you can be an adult, I guess.
What other conversations were prognosticated by this individual?
You know, that I should be married and have children by now, but there's also difficulties with that that they're not going to address.
Do you want to talk about those difficulties?
I mean, the most I can say is that, like, I don't think they're ready for the conversation, that I'm not compatible with a lot of people. And like, they also shouldn't be trying to hook me up with people that I don't even know. Like, I'm capable of meeting people on my own. It's just that I don't want them getting that involved in my dating life, because it hasn't ended very well before.
I understand that. Was this is this the first? How many times? How many times have they tried to create a love connection for you?
It was like a couple of instances that it happened. Like, one of the, another family member had to tell him that, like, you know, kind of cut it out, because the guy they were trying to get me together with got another girl pregnant.
Okay. And is that just how many times it's happened? Only 2?
There was another situation where it's like she's trying to get me together with some guy that she just gave me the phone number of. I've never even seen him, or had a picture of him. I didn't have a frame of reference of what he was actually like. And I'm like, this is just making this awkward. I can't keep doing this. And so I kind of just stopped contacting them. Because it just, like, this whole situation made me upset. Because it feel like when I did have a boyfriend, thought I wasn't capable of, like,
keeping him?
Basically, but so that's keeping him. They thought that he was gonna assault me, and he wasn't that kind of person. Like, the irony is that, like, he respected my boundaries, and they thought that he was just like some kind of, that he was just gonna like force himself upon me when we were alone, and that never happened.
Okay. You mentioned that the person was a she, but I'm not going to dig into that unless you want to talk about that.
Wait, she who? What do you mean?
Just now, you said she sent the number of this person to you.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say it out loud right now.
I'm not digging into it unless you're comfortable talking about it. You are the one in the driver's seat of this conversation. I am just an observer who is noticing. What would you say is the thing that is most important to you when it comes to you and your agency, and how you go about the situations that you're in?
Can you repeat that?
What do you feel is the most important thing for yourself in your agency for the situations you're finding yourself in? What is it that you want to work on most?
I guess networking with like other people that are more understanding. Because I feel like I can't really do it too well on my own.
And you understand that that comes with you having to go outside of your comfort zone?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Are you prepared for it?
I'm having to do that, yeah. Because there's people who I do talk to, and there's times where I have to talk about uncomfortable situations I've had. It's just, I have to take it a step at a time.
Okay. What would you say is most reflective of the agency that you'd like to take manifesting in your life currently right now?
I guess I'm basically saying that I guess getting more people to like tell them no, that's not right or that's wrong. You know, not. I guess not treat them as if they're property or something.
So you don't want to be treated like property. What else?
Like if you know, if you have somebody's back, you actually have to mean it. They shouldn't have to change in order to like fit your expectations and stuff. But I can't say that because you know that's selfish.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like there's any other particular barricade with this person and any other person in your life that is putting this recompense pressure that you feel on you to adapt and change at a rate that is not normal for your current status?
I mean, I think that's all I can get into for now.
Okay. Was there anything else you'd like to talk about?
I think on a different note, oh, there was something I was. Dang it, I lost my train of thought. I guess I wanted to bring something up that we talked about earlier, just even when we went over. I'm sure we talked about it enough, but it's something I've noticed more often, and I think you've talked about it, or other people have brought it up, Carl. But this whole, I think it's been an interesting year of like the the Goonet menace being blown wide open. Because I don't know if I forget if Poe retweeted it, where it was like a woman, she's wearing a dress and she was standing by all the books she's read this year, and everybody pointed out, well, several people were pointing out that the books that she was reading were mostly smut, and I'm like, oh no. I can't believe it. It's true, isn't it?
Well, considering that you were the first one to bring to me how casually accessible the ownership of certain women were, from video game media to porn mods to gacha mobile games, and as everyone else discovered through Book Talk, King Talk, renegade Tumblrites in places in public where they do not belong, and then making everybody else's problem. In my opinion, the goon menace that is the Foids, it is a question as old as time. One cannot truly solve the Foid menace, as it is a part of us. They live in us. On one hand, it is going to be normal to have to be near, be by, and be around the goon menace. And yet, a lot of the experience, for what it's worth, is more like we hear, we see about it, but we're not necessarily connected to it as deeply as one could be connected to it. So the way that I see it, as a grown adult male, is simple. Some of these people do it for attention. Some of these people unironically have a problem and a fetish and must find outside help. But as far as everything else, most of this stuff is out of sight, out of mind. So for what it's worth, it's definitely a hard bargain to sell. Because for most people, this is just new news that they don't necessarily directly engage with and never necessarily ever will engage with. It's a funny bit of humor. It's a funny bit of drama. But then they're gonna forget about it. They'll move on from it. Then the funny bit of drama kind of just goes the way of the dodo. For what it's worth, there is a... What's the word I want to use here? There's a bit of a spectacle. It's a bit of a spectacle, what it comes to. That most of the reason people care about the particular gooning is because it was something that just came up out of the ether, presented itself as a topic, and people were made to discover it. But for most of it, it's blink and you miss it. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It is a thing. It is an experience. It is an experience that we see and hear about, that when it's out of sight, out of mind, it doesn't really matter because of the fact that it's out of sight and out of mind. In doing any level of research that I've done, or even casually scrolling through the timeline, especially if I could scroll through my timeline right now, I could find endless porn. English made, Japanese made. And it's all because that's just what happens to be the thing people want to do. It happens to be their freest outlet. And you could no more stop the Gooners as you could stop yourself in your own breath. You could say that you're going to hold your breath until the thing could stop, but they're going to keep doing what they're going to keep doing. Because that's what they want to do.
When I say good at menace, I was kind of joking a little bit. But, like, I think, like, it's getting to a point where way more people are becoming too aware of, like, what's going on. And, like, people going, what the heck? Why were you guys wagging the finger at guys and accusing them of being into non-consensual material? What's going on?
Well, at the end of the day, whether you want to say it's because they like to tone police people or what, it is a viewpoint, a goal of people to want to put some level of importance on a thing that I think has no real importance. It sounds more interesting and or more fulfilling than it probably does. Simply because you're putting a level of investment on a thing that is as easy as breathing. Now, I know that you were slightly joking, but there is, like, a actual menace. In the sense that the content that is absolved in most people's entertainment cycle happens to be some type of sex and or sex selling.
Yeah, this is true.
You're no more going to stop a gooner than you are going to stop an e-thought. Now, if it gets to the point where they become the subject matter of me, and their life is completely surrounded by materialistic consumption of material, that is going to be the responsibility of the people who care about them most to pull them out of this solipsistic rut. But, again, just like you can't teach hunger, you cannot help the starving and malnourished. Because, again, it is a choice. the person sees and surrounds themselves with nothing but that content, they have no necessarily real desire to solve the problem in general. They have to clean up their environment. And that is a choice that many people choose to take just because they are, for lack of other words, bored. Plenty of reasons to be bored, especially when there's not really a lot going on. The porn definitely gives you a highlight. I don't know many females that allow porn to be that crippling for them, although I remember one in the past who was still friends with me that it was. But I suppose what she's done for herself, she's fixed, but I don't have opinions about how she fixed it, but what she surrounded herself with while she was fixing it. Societally speaking, you just beat them on the head with a Pico hammer. Horny Bonk has worked before, it will work again. For people like Pessimistic Art, whose entire means of existence is doing this, whether it be Serenity, or Lift Queen, or any person who's just, they don't hide it, it's a part of their content creation, you kind of can't really do anything except support them. Because, like, they're grown adults. They know what they're doing. They're allowed to know what they're doing as grown adults. If it's a decision or a choice that they choose to make to do that thing, all you can do is be supportive. Even hoes gotta eat.
This is true. Evil hoe. God.
Besides that, the more you stare at it, the more it'll drive you insane. My suggestion is don't stare at it. Don't forget that it's not all that there is. Excuse me for just a moment. Need to go check the kitchen and grab a trash bag. Okay, I return. So, the way that I see it, it is like this. On the topic of the Gooners and the Goonettes, there are consumers, there are providers, there are givers, and there are takers. From the people that are giving the stuff away, staff, the providers are going to continue providing. You cannot shame the whore out of the professional. No amount of shame is going to stop Ayla from making porn. Period. She's going to continue doing porn until the day she dies, probably.
I wasn't gonna go with the shame angle. I think I was trying to get at was like the self-awareness thing. Like, if people want to be hoes and stuff, that's fine. Just don't be dishonest about it.
Well, there's a reason I'm saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
Ayla is a professional who sees a true scientific edge to what she's doing. Women like Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, they are opportunists and sensationalists. They do not care how they have to make their fame. They're going to make their fame. Because for them, it's the thrill and the attention. Exhibitionism is in their name. They only care if there is not enough eyes. The unlike e-girls, the ones that are openly honest, and they admit that they like the attention, and the potential drive it would give them in the eyes of the public. They too are exhibitionists, but they're a dime a dozen. There are 1,000 of them. For them, it's more like getting an opportunistic hit. Whereas Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue want to do the big spectacle. They want to be the equivalent of a back alley girl. For the, I'm going to be nice and say homely types, where they do indeed look at themselves in the mirror, because there were no mirrors at their Nana's house. And their viewpoint of themselves is much more about their comfort, who they are and where they are. And every now and again, occasionally, they remind themselves that they are in fact desirable. They're engaging in something that they view as a fad. Might as well get involved while they can. The ones that are non-content creators. They don't have an online presence. Therefore, it's not something that they frequently upkeep. It is akin to them more like a hobby. Especially if they do not have an online profile upon which people can recognize them for. And by that I mean, they have an online presence, but unlike the content creator, whose desires to have a brick and mortar storefront, they're more like a hobbyist connoisseur. There's more energy to the precedent that that person is responsible for the continued lifeblood, because there are more consumers than there are producers who definitely circulate things around, just like it would be for any marketplace. And then for the equivalent of people who would be like cockroaches, that they have a sense of shame, and they scatter when the lights are on. Those are the everyday figures that we hear more often than not, because they are there when the lights are out. Every other group, other than those supposed cockroaches, they're off to the side. There's a layer of gatekeeping you have to go to get to where they are. Really, shame is not going to stop any of these people. Only push it underground, just like anything else that's been pushed underground. Through exposure, mainstream attention, and shame. Or rather, ridicule and mockery. Those things, especially considering that you said you saw this because of Poe, they are in fact an interesting topic to talk about, but they're here to get on tomorrow. And as much fun as it is to talk about them, unless they are someone in the position of the Ayla, it's not usually worth talking about. Because Love and Deep Space, they're going to continue to make money. Just like Infinity and Nikki will. Just like Utsume will. Just like any dress-up fighter and infinite grinding game will. And of course, the really bad offenders, the people who collect AO3 stories written by a 40-year-old woman passed around to, I've seen as young as 15-year-old girls trying to gatekeep grown adults. There's not much you can do about that.
Wait, why are 15-year-olds trying to gatekeep grown adults?
Because the children on TikTok have lied so much to get themselves ingratiated into adult spaces that it is almost impossible to get them out.
Oh, it's that, yeah.
A lot of this stuff is the youth. Or people trying to pose as younger than they are.
I'm like one of those people, like, I am 30 years old, I'm too old for this. Like, go to school, please.
Especially amongst the people who will scream, grown-ass man, grown-ass woman. Why are you here trying to stop me and or gatekeep me? And the fact that most of these fandoms exist because adults upkeep them. It becomes a bit of the circle conversation about communities and spaces. And this is just normal casual stuff. I'm not talking about porn. I'm not talking about the porn industry. Because I do not see amateur porn as a part of the porn industry. Professional actors.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, Instagram thought that's decided she would become an OnlyFans creator and have sex with the same 15 guys. And it crosses over into the mainstream of the content creator stuff too. Mainly because of nigga slop. There's been no less than 5 accusations of grown men this year, high-profile accusations of sexual assault, rape, and otherwise. Then immediately debunked with facts on the spot. It will come, it will go, it will keep happening. We will hear and see Google docus about it, and our lives will continue to move forward. Mainly because the individuals are they are refusing to stay in their place. Some want to go more viral for the crazier shit. It goes up, it goes down, more or less maintains, no matter how many sine and cosine waves are in the actual function. If one finds themselves in this place, and they think that their life is consumed by it, step outside, put the fat material down. Go talk to a human being. Remember what connection's like, and you'll more or less be okay. Otherwise, the goonettes, as they are, will forever find themselves lusting for a virtual man or woman, or both, that doesn't live up to their fantasies, because no matter what they want in their head, it's not real. And what they want, they will not be able to achieve until they also overcome the barriers that are preventing them from doing it IRL. Just like Otakinki Den. And they put themselves in that position to achieve what it is that they want. Come hell or high water. Because that's all that society and life really is at the end of the day. It is the metastasization of choices that you choose to make. And how you find yourself in these positions. And how you work off of those positions with those people. It is a choice that you have to choose. Just as much as having affection for yourself. Now, no one's telling you that you gotta get up in the morning and look at yourself in the mirror like a video vixen and slap your butt at the camera. No one's telling you to become Bayonetta. But you gotta have some idea of yourself. And they too have to have some idea of themselves. That the character that they put on, the outer shell of their supposed image, still breaks down into a better reflection of who they are. Because otherwise, if they're femme cells, if they goon because they think that they'll never truly find a man that will accept them for all the kinky nasty shit you do, first off, you're wrong. Yes, you will. And secondly, he can't hold you if you don't wrap your legs around his head. To the men, that they consume it because they believe that they are too much of a fail son, just like the failed daughters. It's slightly bit difficult for men, mainly because you have to start the conversation right. Because more than likely, the person is good enough. They just, like the females, lack confidence in themselves. But there is not that much positive male sentiment casually in society, as there is constant woman messages that are meant to be positive in society but feel hollow because they don't feel authentic. For that young male, what you're looking for is you're looking for your viewpoint to be made better by the engagement you're getting with the people you're around. Not just the men that you're around, but also the women that you're around. I'm not telling you to go into the lion's den and be like, here's $20, make me feel something. But what I am telling you is that there are some necessary steps you're going to have to take first. This also applies to you girls, so you're not exempt. First off, young man, go to the gym. You're so depressed that you believe you will never find it. Or that you'll find it, and then they'll make fun of you, and they'll leave you because you can't keep it. Go to the gym.
And then, like, make sure to do the list for yourself, not for the women.
A little bit more than that. You can be as petty as you want to. If you want to do it for yourself, be happy. If you're doing it specifically to talk to women, here's what I'm going to tell you. Motivate yourself with whatever forbidden pre you need to. See how far you get on that forbidden pre. If that motivates you better than what I'm going to say next, you might have some deeper things you need to work on. But if you are not motivated, it's just, I'm tired of not having sex, I need to be smashing it tonight. And, or, if you don't even have access to gym equipment, do what I do, and did a lot more earlier than this year than I do now, simply because it's getting too fucking cold. Go running every morning. I don't mean when it's hot, I mean early morning running. Between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m. Do a classic track and field Indian run exercise. Get a bottle of water, several bottles of water if you have to, a rucksack and or knapsack and or sling backpack that you can secure to your body, maybe even a military style backpack. Pick one up from a military surplus if you have to. Do a classical style Indian run. Take a giant swig of water until you can no longer fill the gaps of air in your mouth. And while breathing through your nose, go on your jog. Do it explosive. Do it casual, as a stroll, as an actual jog, but swallow as little water as you can. If you need to, listen to music. If music does not motivate you, think of an image or a thought. If you have a voicemail, use a voicemail. I would probably suggest you use some type of music, assuming that you don't want it to be abject quiet. I say this because if you're doing it at this early in the morning, the only people who are going to be up at this time of fucking night are people who are coming in from an overnight graveyard shift, or somebody who's cheating on their wife, so you don't have to pay attention to the roads.
Yeah.
Find a hill near where you live. If you live in a cul-de-sac like mine where you have natural uprising hills, even better. And have a track. A pace. An uphill incline, downhill incline. Whatever it is you need to do. If you can't do the full circle, do the uphill, downhill. Then long running sprints with uphill, downhill until you can do the whole thing. And do that for 3 months. Unlike going to a gym and causing yourself muscle fatigue every 2 to 3 days for long enough to create the physiological response for growth in your muscles. The running every morning until you sweat. You run until you sweat and try to not swallow this water. Then, when you're done running, assuming that there's not too much saliva in the water, because you'll know if there is. Spit it out and or swallow. Take another sip of water, go inside, shower. If the reason you are drawn to goon is to basically replace the feeling of getting your heart racing, that will naturally, over time, remove that need and urge. Women, it might be different for you. Maybe you want to listen to Morning Glory Milking Farm while you're doing it. I don't care. For you, you're going to have to do replacement therapy. But over time, you're going to replace the stimuli with something else. It's going to happen little by little. And you're going to handle it. And you're going to crush that shit. And when you have solved it, when you've done all that stuff, you will handle it as the adults you are. And then you will move forward past these things that you feel are barriers for you. And that's really how you deal with that, if you are one of those people with that problem. This works if you're a person who believes that you're consuming too much. This works if you believe you're a person who is not able to overcome certain feelings and or urges. You're going to do it because it's good for you. And because there is no other way for you to solve this. Because I can promise you, the hoes are going to the gym. They don't have these kinds of problems. The hoes are going to the gym. So why shouldn't you?
Everybody should go to the gym for whatever reason.
Because what it comes down to at the end of the day is it is a personal, it's a person thing. It's a choice, just like any other choice you can make. So, you handle that shit as it is what it is. No muss, no fuss. Just get it done. No excuses. Because that is where the abandonment of yourself really starts. Can't undo it without that. You need that motivational push in order for you to get over that line. Otherwise, you're asking for all control of the situation to be abdicated in the hands of something that you can't do anything about. And what are you going to tell yourself 3 months from now? Where, when you could have used this advice, you said, nah, Carl don't know what he's talking about. Because I was there. I know I'm fat, but bitch, I'm beautiful. I'm fat with a P. PH. Try to keep my shit in my head in balance. I'm not a person that believes that a person can completely abdicate responsibility from themselves by saying that, well, I'm different, the world's not like this, whenever I try it, it always botches. There are certainly things that you're going to struggle at, and there are things that are going to challenge you, especially when it comes to, like, replacing certain stimuli of stuff, especially the sex shit, because our society is pretty much dominated by it, no matter where you fucking look. But you are capable of doing this. I know you, specifically, Saf, can do it. And the people who do it, they're just using it as a substitute for something else. Even that person that you originally brought me when you brought the topic to me with Hobikage games.
Yeah.
Because as I've been working on that video that I've been just fiddling with at this point, that is basically the core of what causes the inceldom, is the fact that they feel like they can't find what it is they're looking for. Everyone's been there. No one is different. No one is special. Everyone's been there. And it's just a matter of figuring things out. That is it. It's just a matter of figuring things out. Doing with them as one would. And going from there. Because what's the alternative? Just not deal with it forever? Just ignore it? Say it isn't that big of a deal? It's not a problem? When you probably know that it is? Because we all know it can be different for certain people. It can all be different for the mentality you might have in thinking that nobody has this problem and it's only you. Everyone's been there. But for what it's worth, that's like one of the few ways I can think of off the top of my head to really like address that as like a thing that you could solve as a solution. Especially if you're like thinking societally. Because they all come from the same place. No one gets up thinking, yeah, I'm just going to feel like a piece of shit today. No one really does that. That comes from a place where over time they just stop trying at certain things. For one reason or another. Do you have anything to say to that?
No. I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
I am getting sleepy, so I need to rest.
Okay.
There's still things I also have to do later in the day. But I enjoyed this time talking to you, Carl.
I hope so. I hope it wasn't boring.
I mean, no. I mean, I like doing the Yap-Ins. It's just that, like, lately I've just been busy with other things in the background. Just that I also need to rest because, like, I have been sleeping too good. But, well, I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. Goodbye. Oh, I thought Aqua was going to be up next. Anyways. Talk back to me, chat. What do you guys think? Voice your comments, questions, concerns. Call into the show today. We are going all day. Again, all day. All night. All day. Non-stop. Stop. Use the pinned comment in all the chat rooms to log into the room. And you have for as long as I decide, as long as it is not boring. Because the way that I feel about it, especially the topic I just talked about, like, that's pretty much everything at the end of the day. A lot of the circumstances and situations that we can pretty much solve with a lot of the details that one could address all really comes down to whether or not you want to do the work. really no other way to go about it. Your control of your life is in your hands. There are certain things that definitely will not be in your control. I know there are certain things in my life that are out of my control at this current moment. But the things that are in your control, you can definitely do something about. I wouldn't necessarily say that I was trying to give a pep talk to her, and I wouldn't definitely say that I was trying to lecture her. There's just some basic questions that any person should ask when one feels like they're being put in a situation like what she was describing. Especially a loved one doing it to them. Because I spend a lot of time to myself thinking about things such as this, and I don't feel like enough people really give me enough credit for the level of intelligence that I actually have when it comes to these things that I think about and talk about with people. Because I'm supposedly not a person that can handle all that. But I suppose that is, as the kids say, what it is at the end of the day. Nothing like getting jump scared by a rat in your room? Damn. Where'd a rat come from? Plus, more importantly, if anybody thinks what I said was out of line, please feel free to call in and tell me why you think that is. If you think what I said was right, feel free to call in and tell me why that is. There's not enough people voice their opinions. Although at the same time, there's also some people who spend way too much time voicing their opinions. But within reason, I think we can come to a healthy medium. If I was playing, people would probably say that I'm delusional, but fuck them! I've seen a lot more success and endeavors go well this year using this mentality than using an alternative mentality. So for what it's worth, I'll keep using what I know has been succeeding. Because the alternative is to not put my faith in that thing. And allow my viewpoint to be tainted by the negative outcome opinion. Especially in the things that matter for what they're worth. Shuts the door. You spend too much time in your head? Uh-huh. I mean, if you want to call in about it, you can talk about it. No way, that'd be a little better than mine. Nope. The way I look at it like this is, it's really simple at the end of the day, when you really got a mind down about it. Time and time again this year, if not literally in this week, present company not included in this assessment, but it has come to my understanding that it is much easier to just work off of the energy, as I could describe it, to what's worth my time versus what's not worth my time. If I remember at the end of the day that I have the agency to solve the problems that I want to solve, should I just remember, not everybody gives a shit. If I just remember that, everything else works out. Because not everybody cares. Not everybody cares. Not everybody cares the way that I care. And it's much better for my mentality if I remember that. Because then I don't get let down. If I remember that there are people who just don't give a shit the way that I give a shit, I will not be let down. It will not affect me as much. I will not be disappointed as much. Because what's to be surprised about? Didn't delude myself, didn't trick myself. Remembered that what is the way that it is because it is the way that it is. May end up having to do a lot more solo shit, but never let myself forget. And it will never be confusing. I'll never have to remind myself if I just remember that. As most people could. Because the alternative is to be surprised by it and to act like I could not see it coming, which would be stupid. That's the most irresponsible thing I could do. At least that's how simple it seems in my mind. Because one of the things that I know I could struggle with when it comes to me applying this to myself is that there are definitely people who, they do not think before they do things. There are people who said they would come through and do something. There are people who said, of course I can, and then said, no, I don't have the time now. There have been people who have said, I'm super into this, and then later changed their mind, for whatever reason or another. It comes, it goes. The idea of being flabbergasted about it, at the end of the day, is a very silly prospect when one truthfully thinks about it. Because why would I not be able to understand or nor see it coming? It should be one of the things that is most obvious. But for what it's worth, might be surprising for other people, but should not be surprising to me. Can only be shocked if you miss the signs. That should be as obvious as day.
Sickening rituals.
Some people might disagree, but I think it's the case.
They whisper. They cry for help.
It served me better and served me well to remember that hard lesson, because it saves heartache at the end. Can't expect people to be any more than what they are. Because then I'm responsible for having put that thought in my head. I certainly can't lie to my inner star player, because the inner star player knows. Inherently. Can't be silly about it. And I've caught myself plenty of times this year being silly about it. You just have to take accountability over the things that I'm responsible for and keep things like that in mind. Especially when it comes to simple shit that I should have never forgotten. Especially if they're lessons that I already taught myself that I just plunked it right out of my head. Akapokpota. We
Your captains
Not gonna lie to you. It's a very sad, very, very... what's a nice word? I'm not gonna say depressing. Disappointing? I guess the only one I can think of is disappointing. It's a very disappointing way to look at the world, but no better way to look at it. It's much more realistic, in my opinion. Leaves room for joy and fun in your life. Freeze, just in case I need it. Leaves a lot more room for joy and fun, if you remember that at the end of the day. For all the shit that it's worth. Physical. Just individually the way that I end up viewing it. Anyways. Moving forward. So, the fact that I discovered only this morning that Emily Yukis is the creator behind the Will Stansel Show, and the fact that it seems like nobody's bringing attention to the fact that that is who that is, I feel like somebody's got to get the ball rolling on that. To really make sure somebody, like, talks to her. Because I feel like we're missing the ability to talk to her. Oh no. Is it actually? Yep, it is Rebecca. Get this off my shit. I feel like it is very important that somebody get in contact with her and talk to her about what happened to her. And what brought her to being able to make what she's making right now. Because I feel if nobody does that, we are not doing our due diligence whatsoever. Because there's an entire class of people that basically have been pushed out of society that need to be given the room to discuss the fuck all that shit's about. For what it's worth. Yeah, we can definitely drop Fury the Mountain now. I feel like. enough. Okay. However, I'm gonna turn it to y'all. What do you have something to talk about? Almost literally by oh, never mind. Lag left. Never mind. Keep your secrets, I suppose. Bleh. That works. Well, as I was about to say, you guys tell me. What's the burning questions and thoughts in your mind that you feel like you need to get answers for? Sooner than later. It's 10 centimeters with fully broken armor. I can't really make any improvements. Age cost through required an additional 3.5. Okay. You a 13. Only 2 slots left. Carl, thoughts on AI? Same answer I've given before. This is the same answer that I've given before. My opinion about AI is that it is a tool. The people who are stressing and losing their mind over AI are people who do not know how to use the tool properly because they think that because the tool exists means they have to do everything possible with that tool than what was actually necessary to do with that object. And the more that they continue to spin the cycle on that drain, they continue to tell themselves, nuh-uh, 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 because they see a story tell them something that is extremely insane. And they think that that's just how things are, and how they're going to remain, rather than being a reflection of how other people view the material and tool in question. it is much more clear that there are individuals that do not think that AI should ever be used for anything, period. Because they themselves believe that it is not capable of being used for anything good, ever, period. And that some level of that is cope at the end of the day. Because they are putting a lot of stress on the factors that matter most, which is the actual discussion about whether or not it is or is not, rather than trying to cordon it off the way that people try to cordon off nuclear power, which in and of itself is the annoyance and issue of anything to do with AI. The same thing it is to do with large learning models and the general applicability for what you could use them for. It is a conversation that spins eternal because there will be endless concerns, and stupid people will always dominate the conversation and drag everybody down with their expertise in being retarded. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I don't know. Are you a professional eater? What do you do to be more assertive? If you really want to dig down on that, the best way for you to concern that is that you come in here and talk to me about it. And then we just go through a checklist of all the things you think that you need to do to become more assertive, Aqua. But just the same advice that I gave her and the same observations I made with her particular circumstances, which is the same I'd have to do with you for your circumstances. Best way to be assertive is to start defending your boundaries. Know what you aren't, know what you aren't, and then act accordingly. It's probably the easiest way that you could do it. Temple Chaos unlocked before finding temple. That's fine. Completely agree. Although I feel like it might crash the economy. I don't know. I think there's a bubble. I do not tell about recon really. Okay, so at the top of the stream, I was listening to a breakdown video from two different content creators. Some of you might not have even heard the first one. You only heard the second one. There is currently a breakdown in the economy where people have discovered a way to basically cheese this current league strategy or league content to try and monetize it for as much money as possible inside the trade league. And as a consequence, every person who is doing that strategy is effectively destroying the market. Because there are so many different people that basically are going to want what they can get from it, but they are not going to have anything to sell on. Because they're trying to expunge it for all the value it has. It's the exact same layer of the conversation of AI. You just add for the video game reality of thousands, if not millions of people doing the same thing for an investment or an income. At the end of the day, the problem that you're going to have with AI is the same with a marketplace like that on Exile. 1, 2, any ARPG, anything. People are going to try and find infinite money glitches, and they're going to try to abuse them for opportunity and awareness. The same thing that already happens in e-whoredom, the same thing that happens in influencer marketing, same thing that happens with clout sharking. It is the exact same conversation, it is the exact same dynamic. People are going to try and find ways to invest themselves into the conversation about AI. Put it on cue. I'm retarded. About AIs, about marketplaces, about content. And they're going to have those opinions because the marketplace is going to reflect the big winners and the big losers. You don't want to be a big loser. You want to be a big winner. But you can't hide these things that are strategies that people are taking advantage of because that's how they are producing the thing that you want. In this case, attention, awareness, economy, etc.
Mountain Rock!
The thing in general is unto itself a cycle that you can reflect your viewpoint on to really mine down to the thing that is most important and necessary. In the economy space, people are not going to want to accept that they are going to have a response on said market, because that's not how people necessarily want to approach and conversate about the thing in question that they'd like to consider a part of the thing that they're doing. They don't want to necessarily consider how that viewpoint will affect them and the other people in the market that have to pay off the thing, because they see it as, just something that shouldn't affect it. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it is in fact a very big deal, since the amount of energy that you're putting into the marketplace cannot sustain the interests of all the different parties and how they would wish for the material to work. Because they can't hit it because it's not designed to. What will naturally happen is the state of exigent being is that you will lose monetary investment in the thing that you are working on and that you are using it for. I've actually geared myself so much that I need to put it on F. Oh my god. Amount. It is a factor of, let's say, a magnitude of 9 right now. Before, when people were not talking about it actively, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was still technically secret tech. Now that everybody and their fucking mother knows about it, they want to abuse it. It's like everybody else that's abusing it. Because why not? People want to do the strong thing, they want to do the broken thing. It's not a crime. People are going to make it feel like it's a crime. But it's not a crime. Damn it. As long as people look at it like it's a thing a person's trying to police and protect. They are going to bring themselves to look at it as like a bubble that will blow up. Whether or not that bubble is justified in existing or not, in the way that people think that the bubble would exist. Shit. AI is no more a fad as much as it is the future. And there will be a person that brings people to understand what kind of power this thing has. But only, and only, if they are able to accept that it is the case that they must let go of trying to control it as though it is a thing that exists outside of their petty circumstance of normality. Because in my opinion, I feel that it is the case that the people in general do not truly grasp how important that is. Mainly because they do not wish to. It doesn't say that it gains it here. Sleep slam should be enough. So that's, like, how that's really gonna go. Like, if there's an AI bubble, it is going to pop in a way that you're not going to be able to predict it popping. There's not going to be some big financial break and clash that's going to shut down all of AI shit in a way where people are just going to be permanently ruled by AI overlords for the rest of their life. It's going to look more like AI waifus and people marrying their AI waifus, and I'm pretty sure it already happened in Japan. Husbands that are estranged from their families creating AI daughters that then are responsible for them either perking their lives up for the better or completely crashing out and destroying their lives for the worst. They probably tie that into what I think my wildest prediction would be, but really it's just a circumstance of how much time does it take to get there. You already got plenty of people putting themselves into psychosis, using plenty of shit as a excuse for replacing human connection. Why would online drama be any different? I'd find it very hilarious. Somebody would think otherwise. Simply because this has become the norm. There are more people who want to do something flashy than do the responsible thing, who want to say the weird thing over the sensible thing, who like to take up space than actually build on the space. I am not necessarily an individual who looks down on that ideal. Like, I'm not an old man shaking my fist at the cloud about how people could do better at the stuff. I'm not an opinionated fool who does not see the obvious writing on the wall in very big black letters big black letters, if you will. Because it is very clear to me that there are more people that want to use than create. Because it's easier. Yeah, it'll be no different than the NFT craze. You'll still see it in like major news stories and in major applications of technology, but you're not going to see it in any particular way, where it's going to be this big, crazy thing that's going to sweep by storm. Someone's going to make money. It is a giant club. You may or may not be inside of it. Other than what I would think would be my wildest prediction for 2026, I can't make that prediction without information. The year hasn't started yet. I could say any top of the head or off the wall shit possible, and I don't think it would be justified. Simply because I'm a man that likes results. I like proof of things directly in front of me. I don't feel like it is a thing that matters at the end of the day. Because what truly should matter most should be how the individual acts from moment to moment, rather than making a wild prediction down the line that may or may not actually become true or relevant. I'm not saying that to get out of the question. I'm not saying that to get out of the question. It's just simply because that's the actual thing that matters in the situation. At its most peak efficiency. Wow. This is all 40, right? 48, 43, 48. You might see the data servers they have being made use for something else. Honestly, I feel like the only thing they can end up doing with all the AI centers that are being used to create the slop that are burning through all the RAM is that then gets converted into some type of project for Hollywood. Turn the AI centers into hubs for processing all of the orders that any person in the world could ever want for LLM. Make it into a separate economy that will stop impacting the marketplace as a whole. But it'll also make the model
Of two worlds comes to face the ultimate.
into something more difficult for people to access.
Random chance must dictate your win. Occasionally. Send its regards. Challenger, prove yourself worthy of case.
The Vaal do love their mechanisms.
Enough! Science won't save you.
Where the hell is this one last monster?
Don't get overconfident just because you beat the first room. Be careful where you stand.
I can see some being part of some data storage rental space for a little as $100. You too can want 1 terabyte of data storage. Results may vary. I mean, I have an idea that this is something that Google's already bought into, because I already pay extra to be able to serve and save more data as a part of my Google accounts, right? Especially for content that's getting worked on with other people.
Come here!
I see no reason why that would not be a marketplace that they would not already have had an avenue into planning for. It appears it does work. Can I? You have prediction that it's NATO and Russia will keep having tensions rise due to one-sided escalations, basing it over how many drone incursions and sabotages keep happening in Poland and Baltic states. I mean, I don't even want to put that in the air, man. But like, NATO does what NATO does. As long as America keeps being asked to play world police, they're always going to be having this poke into other excursions. That's not my bag. I can't be able to tell you anything about that. That's not my bag.
Patter out from the thirsty. Cling to life.
Molten rock!
I'm certain that there's plenty of examples where that would be the case, but that is not my bag, Megalag. Besides, I'm on the side of we need to stop playing world police in other people's nations and concern ourselves with what's happening in our own.
I need more time.
I am of the opinion that it is not magachudism to care about the fact that you cannot get certain things where we are in the world right now, because it has been made harder by people who actively do not care about the nation state and what that means. Damn it. I've been playing World Police for almost the entirety of my life. As far as I'm concerned, it's like shit or get off the pot. And I don't say that flippantly because of the state of the nature or the crisis or the genocide. It's just simple as fact that it is above my pay grade, your pay grade, our pay grade.
So early. They fall into a crazed frenzy. Devour some of the fiercest predators that ever exist.
the trash.
Until next time, you have proven yourself to chaos. Approach the altar and receive your reward, Challenger.
What am I gonna do with that? I don't think I want to do it against the anvil. I should just be able to convert as is. Okay. Do fire for now. Yeah, fair. Just have concerns because it's your IRL friends that be affected because they are and we are a fighting age. So I keep up with geological politics, even though realistically nothing ever happens, continue to be the norm. I understand why you're concerned about it. This is just my viewpoint. It's one of those things that, much like what I was saying earlier, you weren't here for this. This is much what I feel like is the issue in case with things like porn. Although geopolitical politics is definitely something more people can be concerned with and or lose their minds about, that it would be justified as a thing to lose your mind about. But it's just one of those things that, like, I've seen it. Tide goes in, tide goes out, nothing changes. I don't worry my pretty little head about it because I feel like there's nothing to worry my pretty little head about. For like what it's really worth, there just isn't anything for me to be worried about. Because I know they're not going to remain like this forever. I mean, by all means, keep the questions coming. I don't see myself going where right now for the foreseeable future. And it is 4:08.
These statues make me wary.
keep hearing the fucking ding and I don't see the goddamn ding. I'm not upgrading twice a chapter. I'll upgrade again when I get to Act 4.
Each creature.
Nothing really comes to mind. It's getting late. You have to go to morning shit. Just wish we'll be able to get up for New Year's. Thank you, Boster. I appreciate that. My picture is glitched.
So this is why the treasure hunters do it.
I need to go that way. Ah, I can jump the divides. Can't go to Zaquani's just yet. Huh, how convenient. Yes, my dear.
Out of mana.
Dink. There we go. You're trying to come up with something, but I don't know if you're tired of talking. But I don't know if you're tired of talking about drama like politics and gaming. Politics. Always got time for gaming. I'm a gamer. Gaming is at my heart. I can never get bored of that. Plus, it's really not that hard to come up with a question. Just fucking rip it.
Face me!
I hate the fucking raids. There you go. The head, life leech. Might be better here. 678. Doesn't change the fire. Helps that. None of these work for close quarter. What games are you looking forward to? Code Vein 2 and Neo 3 plus the new Ace Combat game. Well, to answer that question, just go to my wish list. I'm looking forward to a global release of Skid Row, Drift City, or Skid Rush, Drift City, on Steam. I'm somewhat curious about Battle Aces because it'll be the first game in a while that will be StarCraft that isn't StarCraft. I'm looking forward to the Creature Collector game Animo. It's already released, but I'm interested in getting my hands on House of Necrosis. I am looking forward to Mouse, the detective game. It's already released, but I'm looking forward to getting my hands on the Book of Hours. It's already released, but I'm interested in getting my hands on Hellclock. It's already out, but I need to get a PC copy of Megaten 3 HD Remaster for my Steam collection, because it's almost near impossible to play on this to play on my Switch. I'm interested in getting my hands on Dragon's Dogma 2, which is already released, but I have yet to get my hands on it. I'm interested in getting my hands on Batten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster, as well as Resident Fate Eternity Event 4K HD Edition. I'm interested to see what's inside of Eco, even though that also 2 is already released. They have recently released Demon School and Sword of the Necromancer Resurrection, but I'm interested in getting my hands on them. I'm very long awaited to get my hands on a copy of Final Fantasy 16, even though it's already released. Same with Lunar Remastered Collection and the first Berserker Kazan. Similarly with Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, as well as Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. Honestly, I could take Black Myth Wukong off my list. I really don't think I care about that game. Very much an overblown video game that does not have enough content to suggest, to justify its existence. I'm very interested in Enter the Chronosphere and Gunboat God, as well as Stormforge. I don't remember ever adding Airframe Ultra to my list, but I suppose that's a thing. I don't think Deadlock will ever be released properly as a public MOBA, because there's too many people who are already playing it and acting like it's a feature-complete game, even though it's not actually out yet. I'm very much looking forward to Traveling at Night and Slay the Spire 2, as well as Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core and Cult, spelled KVLT. I'm interested in Here Tell of Hauntings because of that conversation we had with Sean Geis earlier this year. I'm very interested in the game Blood Reaver, Dice A Million, Recoin, and The Holy Fool, because The Holy Fool would be one that was an actual content creator on TikTok that actually made a real video game out of the mythology that they were making a part of their content. And I'm kinda somewhat looking forward to Vampire Crawlers, the Turbo Wildcard from Vampire Survivors' actual full name. There are very big handholds of games that are frequently being labeled with roguelike deck builder, action roguelike, and arcade physics strategy roguelike that are very interesting to me, because they actually have you having to learn mechanics about the game more than just play this game endlessly 50 billion times. I'm also interested in playing many of the multiplayer games that I have with other people who are not regulars to the scene of business. I'd like to see people like Stardust get their hands on something like this. But won't know until you get them in front of it. So. Gotta wait, gotta see what happens. Gotta wait, gotta see what happens. Do I want Infernal Cry? I think I do. $252 on Mermaid versus increased attacks and power increased. I think that's fine. Not bad. You found Dragon Dragons 2 underwhelming and you're waiting for any DLC. Why did you find it underwhelming?
Face me!
Gotta get used to incorporating it. Switch it back, maybe? guess that works.
Come here!
Spoils of war.
I'm not ready!
I'd love to wait 12 business days for that answer.
By my father's honor.
Mana is definitely an issue. Come out this way.
Enough! Steel yourselves!
Click on the fucking thank you. New talisman. Don't have anything off the ground to identify with. I didn't care for the story. I don't know if you want spoilers, but it was similar to the first game. Didn't care for it, and they took character away from the villain. I am aware of the fact that Dragon's Dogma 1 was an incomplete game that had feature-complete content scrapped for 60% of its runtime and its material. And that the trick of the second game is all of that fleshed out material added to the game and then expanded upon for the trick that is inevitable for the plot of the game. As people spoiled it, because please do remember, people on TikTok don't know how to shut the fuck up and actively do not know how to keep a fucking secret because they need to spoil everything. But this is your personal opinion, so I can't really say, you know, like, you just have to do a little more. If you feel like the wait was not justified and that the content does not make up for what you believe you are missing, you are fully entitled to be disappointed to it. I think it's probably fair if the content, if the content itself basically is undesirable because you're expecting more that should have come with development time and you feel like you got an already half-completed piece of material that doesn't quite justify itself. Still no identifies rules? Fuck me.
Challenge. Molten rock.
How am I missing a target at point-blank range? Should be the temple. Nope, it's the dynamo. They need to drop more identifying scrolls in here. Yay. Mana problems. Leech physical for mana. I don't think that's enough. And that's downgraded. Poo 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 poo. I think I'll spend another about 15-ish minutes just so that I can go put dinner on real quick. Because today's been a longer Yap-In, but then again, I don't want there to be longer stretches of no talking, and that is seemingly what is happening. So, call into the show, click the links in the pinned comments, make your voice heard, or forever hold your peace for the rest of the year. If only that was a chest that I got during leveling.
Love the heretic.
You. Blah. Level 40, not far off with some first upgrades.
Now we'll best you! Molten rock!
I wish that popped more. Like such.
You were no one. What is this signs of soul core for?
Face me!
What do I have to lose?
I'm not sure what I expected.
Apparently nothing. One thing I could have picked up is a socket.
Enough!
I count it. Leech creature. No mana.
This should fit in the generator. Is it supposed to spark like that?
Crumble!
This seems like something else.
5 more minutes. Any questions? Any questions at all? Yes, no, maybe so. Catch a tiger by the toe. If they holler, your mom's a hoe. She swore for the dollar, and she does it for show.
From the earth!
Back to the central chamber.
Alright, damage check time. Miss, get off the wall. Get your ass off the wall.
I can't yet. No mana.
Enough!
Jealously guard their secrets.
Fear will best you!
On impact, molten blast will explode and flame shrapnel projectiles.
So 3. Oh, that's trash. Abysmal. Alright. check. Nothing. Okay, Aqua called in. How can I help you, Aqua?
Sorry, it took me a while. I had to get both the groceries and the dinner ready. But I wanted to... How did I phrase it? It was before... I couldn't think of it any other way to phrase it other than basically assertiveness, but it was something that... I know I brought this up before, but... people... Oh, for God's sakes, how did I phrase it?
You asked how can you become more assertive.
Yeah, but it was mostly like, when people, prod me or jab me, my first instinct is almost go for the throat, and it's like, I know that's not the right thing to do. So what I do is overcorrect and contain it, rather than do anything, but I've had even friends like Smokes point out, it's like, well, it just seems like you're willing to be a doormat, or you're basically letting us walk all over you, and we don't understand why. And I can't express that part of it myself.
You have 3 choices. You can be funny, you can be stoic, or you can be right. Those are your choices.
Okay.
Defending your boundaries is a choice of personality. Personality is expressed through how you choose to exact a point or to display a behavior towards people. The desire of feeling like you must be permissive and thus not cowardice.
Defensive?
No. Pensive and trepidatious. Speaks to a part of your sense of self that has to do with security and safety, as well as permissiveness as a performative action of acceptance. You have to accept something in order for you to be included in the group or to be included in part of the discussion. Assuming that these are people that are not specifically just antagonizing you to be an asshole. You can choose to be you can choose to be stoic, you can choose to be funny, or you can choose to be right. More often than not, I try to be funny, but if somebody pushes my fucking nerves, I'm going to be right. I prefer being right because I know what's happening to me right in the moment. If a person's being an asshole to me, and I know they're being an asshole to me, and they're using social niceties and polite society as a limiter to stop me from saying the asshole thing that would make me right, but would make me a dick. And they say something to the degree of, what would make you happy? Will this make you happy? My response can either be nice and jokey, stoic and unresponsive, and thus ignoring it, or right. But being right means provoking. If you're prepared to provoke, it means being laser focused. Minimal words. As few words as possible. Gray rock. Something that you're doing versus something that they are doing. As minimal words as possible describe the behavior. If someone comes up to you and they jokingly take your chair from underneath you as you're sitting, saying, "Sorry, I need it for my group of people," you can either be funny, be gray rock, or be direct. Depending on what it is you're looking for and what you're trying to do. 1, 2, or all of these can be right, but it depends on how you do it. That comes down to particulars. Realistically, knowing you, it would be prudent for you to either be gray rock or to be funny. If you're going to be aggressive, only do so if your life actually depends on it. Social status is not that important, unless this is about you establishing the authority that the person who is trying to talk down to you does not actually have the authority to speak to you in that matter in the situation. So, lunch table. Assuming that they even have chairs anymore. Someone steals your chair from underneath you, saying, "Hey, I need this because a real person needs to occupy it." You could say something really funny like, "You sure don't want the other one? Because I farted in that one. In fact, I farted in all of them." The plastic smells like a McColeman.
I think my problem is that I would just go straight up to just being mean. I would just... I think my problem is that my two instincts are basically, I guess, fight or flight. Like, not in the fearful way, but in the sense of, I'm either gonna hurt you, or I'm just gonna say fuck it and leave. This isn't worth my time.
Say
Not
the
even
whole.
defending myself, just leave.
You have to say the whole thing.
Say the whole thing?
Fight, flight, freeze. You fight them.
Right.
You move away from the situation, disengage, or you freeze like a deer in headlights, and you bite your tongue.
Yeah. I guess I freeze more often than do either or, because either or, I guess, looks bad, but...
It's all about how you choose to behave. It is more important to know what you're responding to and what the person wants out of the situation. If someone is trying to piss you off and they're doing so performatively in front of a crowd, they want you to give them a reaction. Depending on what it is that you're doing, and you have to establish that it's for your safety, you are going to spend more time worrying about your safety than you are about your masculinity, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
You're more
dignity or
yes, you're more
respect, I guess. Yeah.
No, it's mostly the safety of other people around you. You're more concerned about other people's safety than necessarily trying to force an engagement in an interaction with this person and or group of people, because you know that this person is going out of their way to treat you a certain way so they can yuck your yum. If you allow them to yuck your yum because what they want is your violent reaction of emotional outburst, this can sometimes lead to your detriment. Instead, it is more prudent for you to put your energy into the more important thing, which is going Grey Rock. Because if what they want out of you is a reaction, you just need to play the situation cool and remove yourself from the situation as best as possible. Because it's likely not going to change for the better anytime soon, because they want you emotional in that instance. Outside of that, if they end up giving you lip for what it's worth, motherfucker, it is more important for you to address that core emotional constraint, which is that you want to make sure everyone else in the situation is safe, rather than worrying about your social perception and or ego. Because making sure everyone's taken care of is more important than potentially going to jail over a fight or some retarded shit like that.
Yeah.
There is a time to get aggressive, but it's only if you absolutely have no other choice. Because the situation is bad enough that it requires your aggression. More often than not, that is going to be easier said than done. But it comes down to knowing that you can trust the people around you to listen to your authority when it matters, and to be safe for what that is worth. Otherwise, you'll have a situation on your hands, and you'll have to think on your feet. And not necessarily everybody's prepared to think on their feet in a situation where you're dealing with hostile aggressors. This is much easier online, because the equivalent of walking away and removing yourself from a person you don't want to be around, especially if you are one of the individuals that is engaging in the behavior and you have the ability to control the vector in which you are addressing, is you walk away from them, you block them, you cut off any and all connection a person could have to get access to you, and you just continue doing what you are already doing. It sounds easier said than done, but that is the smart thing that one does with their time. Because you don't waste time letting a person have an opportunity to do something fucking stupid. You just simply remove... You cut the knot, as it were.
Cut off the oxygen.
Yes. Often when people talk about situations, they talk about the fact that there are people that would never press a so-called quote-unquote button in society. The fix everything button. That many times people would say that it's never been decided or tried that a person could ever try to just fix the problems in society by pressing said button. But in this situation, whenever you cannot solve things through simple solutions, the only solution that is left is through cutting the Gordian knot. It's a very famous thing, you can look it up later. The point is, your job, should you be put in a situation that requires you to do something with said Gordian knot, is to remember that fucking around does not preclude you from finding out. And should you have to make somebody fuck around and find out, they are responsible for what happens afterwards on their own fucking time, not yours. So, somebody acts like an annoying douchebag and puts themselves in a position where they're about to experience some very, very interesting ideals about the world. That comes down to them and who else wants to fuck around and find out. Because more often than not, the people that are going to be the most annoying about it are individuals that they themselves do not actually have lots of things at risk. They are not mentally prepared for the discussions that come with being ready to stand 10 toes down in the shit. Because they're not. Many of them are not. For whatever reason you might want to say, they are not. Mostly usually because the people that are supposed to be 10 toes down in the shit are never actually 10 toes down in the shit. Assuming that you are being passive and neutral, if someone online tries to provoke you, and you choose to do so, it is always better to be funnier than to be angry. People always are going to try to provoke you as a troll to get a reaction out of you, and your job is to not give them the reaction they want, but to instead give them the opposite of what they want. If they want to embarrass you, your job is to minimize the embarrassment. If they want to expose you, your job is to be B-Rabbit and tell these people something that they already don't know about you, so that when they attempt to expose you, there's nothing to expose, because there's nothing salacious to give away. If what they want to do is to get to somebody through you, or to use you to get to somebody behind you, your job is to minimize their ability to access said person, and simply continue doing what you're supposed to do. Which, if that means protecting the person in the moment, protect the person in the moment. If that means putting yourself in a position where you can be able to best do your job, and that job is to continue protecting that person in the moment, while also balancing your expectations for everything else you're worried about, that is your job. So on and so forth, etc., etc., etc. To the degree of abscess abnormality. So you just continue doing whatever it is that has to happen in order to make things work out well for yourself and others. And never the twain shall meet. It sounds a lot easier said than done, and that's because mostly it is. It is very easy to give advice to do something, but all practice goes out of the window the second you have a bloody nose. So you have to be prepared to really deal with some shit and handle some shit on the spot. Get shit quick, fast, done in a hurry. Because most of the time, individuals that will want to fuck with you, they're not going to let you decide things on your term. You have to recognize the situation for what it is and not give you buck immediately. Because they will push to the nth degree. Always. Always and forever. There will be people who will push to the nth degree. And they will act like it's a normal thing that they're provoking and or saying and or doing. Nice. They will do this all the time. Happens all the time. There are trolls all over the internet. Always will be. They do not get to control the horizontal. They only get to control the narrative afterwards. So, just simply do not give that person control of the overall narrative. And it will be generally okay. Just most people get off on being able to control the overall narrative. And the overall narrative doesn't really... It's not something that you can be able to flex on, right? The person who spends most of the time doing content, they understand what I'm talking about. They don't have the energy. Really, it's a game of rope-a-dope. You want to spend less energy as possible so that you can put your energy on more important things, but also because the person themselves are trying to emotionally and or mentally tire you out so that they have something to hold over your head. And it is just your job to focus on what is directly in front of you and nothing else. Just what is directly in front of you and nothing else. And from there, the world is your oyster. That's what's worked for me in the past. It will work for you or anyone else in the future. Especially if you're dealing with a particular kind of person where their ability to make money is dependent on trying to abuse and or fuck with and or annoy and or antagonize and or harass and or harangue and or manipulate you into behaving somehow with the people that you're behaving with. Male, female, what have you. Doesn't matter. It is always going to be the case that you just simply are going to remember what your job is and what you're here to do and what you came for. That's very difficult for some people. Because, as I've said before, there are people who feel really comfortable in some really retarded shit. Instead of taking things as deathly serious as they should, they instead treat it like it is a choice. Like, it is fun to deal with annoying people who are annoying for the sake of wasting your time and your mental capacity and your mental stability. For some of them, it is the only thing they have to look forward to every day or every other day or what have you. But at the end of the day, it is the case that you can be able to pretty much figure out what it is they want out of you based on how they actually approach you and based on how they actually carry themselves. And then from there, the sky is your fucking oyster and limit. It happens much less nowadays, mostly because most people will protect their independence and loyalty in a way where they won't find themselves the victim of certain kinds of behavior. It is much easier said than done, however, because your ability to prepare for this kind of situation is really going to be dependent on you being able to tell that you're in it when it's happening. Which not everybody can do that. Not everybody can tell they're in a situation that they shouldn't be in while that situation's happening without the person prompting them or someone prompting them to be mentally prepared for what is currently occurring to them, should they want to be concerned with stuff that actually matters. It's my opinion that, for what it's worth, depending on how severe it is, certain kind of reactions are necessary. So, for context, I'll use some in the past. My past reactions to people being lolcows to me have been varied. I've used all three methods, plus a secret hidden fourth that's also known as Carl is an ex-Fed, and if you decide to be an annoying asshole to me, and I have the ability to do so, I will use my Fed favors to ruin your life when you have stepped past the legal boundary of what is safe to do on the internet.
You went from cutting the oxygen to straight up strangling them.
Yes. With no hesitation and no mercy. Which is the important part. No mercy.
Straight.
You don't think about
Damn
it.
straight.
Just do it. If they wanted mercy, they would have thought about that before they did some stupid shit. And I promise you, they thought really long and hard about it, but they didn't think that there'd be actual consequences. As many people don't usually think there's consequences. So I can give you some examples. The Hypebeast League of Legends server group that continues to try and stalk around my content still to this day. Those individuals wanted to try and sabotage and antagonize and fuck with me because they lost a fucking game of League of Legends. So I made it so that no person that does coaching in League will ever fucking coach these people or take their money. Their entire server is blacklisted. They can't go to Broken by Concept. They can't go to certain coaches that work in the professional scene. They can't get proper analysis work done. They're probably going to have to do X amount of bullshit to use it on something like Skill Capped, and they're not going to get a good value for what they're fucking buying. Just, I burned them. I burned them on purpose, and it's because they deserve it. It's funny to me, and I hope they burn in hell for it. It's not because I'm bitter. Like, once I realized where I was and what was happening, it was very easy to demonstrate the level of pettiness that it was. They did it, and did that as recompensance, and made sure to have evidence, so that when the story is told, and they lie about it, I could say, that's not what you said, here's you admitting this. But that's an example of somebody being sheerly petty, because they want to be a bully, and they perceive themselves justified in doing it, because what they want from you, and what they want out of you, is for you to be emotionally distraught and thinking about it forever. I don't think about it forever. Bringing this up in this instance to discuss it as an example is not me hoarding over it and obsessing over it forever. But in the moment, and then a little bit afterwards, let's say 2 weeks, thinking about the fact that a person would do that, just like beforehand, someone trying to grief the stream before we started using broadcast rooms for live stream shows, jumping into the middle of the room, screaming harder at the top of the lungs multiple times repeatedly, which then forces me to have to delete the VOD, have to restart the stream, and do woody 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 woo. Besides the goal of attempting to get you to obsess, the goal is to stick their fingers in your mouth, press down on your jaw, and control you. And what you do is you just simply cut the fucking cord. They don't have power over you. You can leave at any point in time. But if you're going to make a point, in that instance, establishing intent is the first step. So make sure that when you are establishing your boundaries and you are asserting your authority and you're asserting yourself, you're not doing it off of something that is a mistake. You're not reading into something that's not there. You are responding to a outside threat because the human psyche under stress from any stimuli does not see a difference between physical violence and psychological torture. Because griefing, trolling, is psychological torture. Especially when you use the social niceties of society to make a person think like they are acting out on something and acting on something that isn't there. Because that's the best way to torture a person. A person who's very, very nice, who's not going to immediately assume and know that they're being antagonized, harassed, fucked with, and made an example of, is going to feel like, well, I shouldn't say anything because it's very clear that I might be reading into it. This might not actually be happening. So, establish what's going on. Figure out the best way that you can harm the person. In their instance, it is demonstrating that actually, yes, I am better than you at this video game. And then rubbing it in their face. Because if I have people actively taking turns trying to say, nah, let me try to embarrass him next, and I am then embarrassing the fuck out of them, there's nothing left to be said. It is just going to happen the way it's going to happen. Either I have the skill or I don't. If I don't have the skill, I establish that I know what they're doing, and I just simply take my lumps, lick my wounds, deal with whatever. But in that instance, I establish that they are in fact trying to take advantage of acting as though that they are not known figures so that they can be bullies. Figure out who's the ringleader, establish it, get it on tape, show that it's happening in this instance because I was live when it was happening. They planned it so that I was live when it was happening. Document the evidence, document the footage, probably all the way for a rainy day. And whenever they try to bring it back up, you embarrass them with the, yeah, but you were mad enough that you did this, 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 and this. Because not mad people don't waste their time trying to make other people angry and annoyed. It is very much Han shot first. They came to me with their aggression. I did not commit first contact. I did not draw first blood. But I will end the excursion. Then, you have option number 2, or situation number 2. Being attacked by a lolcow like that of Shark03. Because they want to take me out of my words, take me out of context from something that I said online, frame it as something that I didn't say, and basically make money off of trying to give them 2 minutes of hate and fresh meat and red blood to consume and fucked with. Because why would a person be honest about that level of engagement when you are going out of your way to try and stop people from finding out who I am as a content creator or what my identity is? Because hey, if you find a lolcow, wouldn't you want to be able to be one of many people who's getting that precious milk and tartcam off them? Why would you need to lie about what I think? Isn't it so obvious that it can easily be found anywhere where lolcow milk can be sold? There's your first fucking hint that it's not what it is. But honesty is not the policy of left-wingers. So, establish that one, you cannot be taken advantage of by simply demonstrating that if he's going to come after me, he's going to have to do some legwork, because he's going to have to commit to the hip work. To do that, I was with Jay at the time when it happened. Just simply asked her, hey, I need to cover this reaction from this lolcow person who's attacking me. They have gone out of their way to lie. I know exactly what the material is. I want to look into this person's background. I want to find out who this person is. Lo and behold, he had already been saddling himself up to FD Signifier, and he is very much the kind of weasel that gets his leads from the person he takes his content inspiration from, which was FD Signifier.
Abandon him?
Yes.
Didn't Signifier abandon him?
Yes,
Jesus
he did.
Christ. Jesus Christ.
When choosing between another Nebula nigga like Foreign Man and a Foreign Land, and all of the other people in the crumb tube that they perceptively wanted to purity spiral against and bully down on, he very much took out the Voshites and cleaned house and just simply said, well, it's not my problem, and just continued doing what he's been doing. Because they didn't have any real camaraderie. They weren't really friends.
Well, communists are known for putting one between all their friends' eyes.
So, responding to that situation, don't gotta get angry, ain't gotta raise my voice. Just have to be the same level of precocious jackass that they're being. So, be right. And be annoying while being right. And say, hey, keep that same energy, dog. Don't be a bitch now.
Right.
And then, ex-friends. Ex-friends and people that have become, quote, fallen fans and have decided to do whatever it is that they want to do. You can either be Grey Rock, or, again, you can be emotional and right. Both are important. And the important thing here is that you're not faking it, right? You're not putting on a show, you're not being performative, you're not trying to yuck.
Mm-hmm.
If you are annoyed because the person is doing behavior that is unbecoming and beneath them, then own your emotion. Don't try to hide your emotion. For Ben, that is the most typical case of what you could describe, was me dismissing and removing him from my life because of the choices he chose to go and harass somebody into trying to get their loved one to commit suicide. Because he decided he wanted to roll with the wrong type of crowd, and thus that wrong type of crowd became the personalities that he now owns and has. I feel bad for him, but I'm not going to stick my hand out to spite my face and my nose, for I am not a feral ghoul in the world of Fallout. There's no benefit for me doing that. No, I do not feel obligated, I do not feel responsible, I do not feel some sense of kinship that I have to help a person who doesn't want to help himself, because he's been told multiple thousands and thousands and thousands of times, just like some people that have been banned thousands and thousands and thousands of times, hey, please don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, please understand this, please respect this, and they didn't do it, and decided to do it anyways. You could say that multiple situations that have happened on camera are very similar to example 1 as well as example 3. But you establish the facts are the facts, you present them as such, you gray rock through it, and if it is something that's emotional, get your emotions out. Scream, yell, cry, eat ice cream, bust several thousand nuts, do whatever you have to do in order to be able to get over the emotion. And when it's out of your body, shake it the fuck off, dust yourself off, move the fuck on. Those are the choices and options that we as men get to have. We're not women. And I do not say this to spurn you women, but we're not women. We don't get the ability to react the way that the female gender gets to react. And the reason why is because the female gender is allowed to do that in the way that they are allowed to. Because it is different when you are a woman. There's a lot more energy, there's a lot more focus, there's a lot more intention, there's a lot more follow through, and there's a lot more shit that you have to concern yourself with at the end of the day. Again, I'm not saying this to disrespect women, I'm not saying this to be cheeky, I'm not saying this to be funny. It is just different. It is a different world from where you come from. When you're dealing with people who specialize in character assassination and life ruination, it is a weapon of the female gender to have the ability to create scenarios in which you would not easily be able to defend yourself should you find yourself incapable of establishing a timeline, facts, details, hard evidence, what have you. Because that's just what the female gender is wired for. That is the biggest danger of the internet, because your truth is not as important as the truth and or her truth, as well as how society feels about her truth. Put it like this. There have been, again, like I said earlier in the broadcast, several celebrity men this year that have had to defend themselves from accusations. Even including some of the headline news that I've covered on the channel. You've had more than 50 examples of influencers, content creators, sitting officials in politics, what have you. The individuals that were concerned with the fact that people could have destroyed them if they did not protect themselves and have evidence to prove that they did not do what they were accused of. And it is because people prefer to act as though it is not what it is on the surface. A woman can 100% ruin your life, just like a man can 100% ruin your life. But it's not very normal for it to be a man that ruins your life instead of a woman. Because, at the end of the day, this is not something that even men aren't usually capable of doing. You have to be prepared and wake up pretty early in the goddamn morning to have someone try to slide some shit like that by you. Just saying. It is a fact of reality. And the reason why it's a fact of reality is because it is one of the biggest problems that we will ever have to deal with in our society as a whole. That there will be people that will actively take advantage of you, me, whomever, because it is easy for them to. Because it is easy, it is normal, it is acceptable, it is allowed, and not many people are prepared to actually punish those that would take advantage of such a thing. Because most people do not give a shit. And it does not affect most people because they do not notice it. They specialize in keeping themselves out of danger, which is the correct choice. But not everybody is afforded that same possibility. Not everybody gets to do the safe thing and gets to be allowed to engage in such material behavior to the point where they are secured and safe. It is not something that we want to do because we are meant to protect women, because we know that they can be easily manipulated. Again, not making fun of women, It's very much the same thing too when you take men and you effectively remove the ability to actually have any sense of common sense security and or understanding for themselves and others around them. You cannot put people in these positions and expect them to know how to properly protect themselves from the kind of things that these types of people can do. It is not common, and we have not necessarily been prepared and trained to do that as a society at a standstill. We would like to think that we are smarter and better and more capable in this, but in most cases we're not. It is the case that some people wish to have it out with you like this, and they will take advantage of you however they think they can, if they can be able to get one over on you. Because they don't think many people are going to be prepared to protect themselves. Especially when it comes to false accusations. It is easier for a person to believe a false accuser than it is for them to wait for evidence, because that is not what society tells you to do. Society tells you to strike while the iron is hot, and to take advantage of the situation, and monetize it for every single dollar amount that it's worth. Because if you don't, somebody else will. That is why we listen and not believe, but wait for evidence. If we can be able to establish that a person is responsible, and that they would not do something like forget themselves and become a raving sexual rapist, or some unscrupulous liar who has absolutely zero redeeming qualities because all they care about at the end of the day is money, money, money. It is entirely possible to take the time to understand if someone is playing you for a fool, because more often than not, they usually are. In those situations, should that be something you have to deal with, you have to move with swiftness and care. Because if you ever for a single second think, nah, that'd be alright, that'd never happen to me, it will be you. You will be a victim. You have to keep your head straight. You have to get the facts in order. You need to establish that you know what you are doing, you know where you are, you know what your goals were, and that any attempt to put you in a spot like this, where a person could get one over on you, doesn't fucking happen, because you're not going to be in a position where you're going to be made a victim. Because that can easily happen, getting made a victim. Because it can happen like that. Especially in the time period where people's got plenty of cameras for everything. We unfortunately are not above that level of danger. I don't think we ever will be. So you have to take it in strides and accept that this is what it is. So, in those situations, you need to be ruthless to protect yourself and others. Documentation, 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 and documentation in triplicate. Don't trust your eyes, don't trust your lying ears, trust something that was recorded on tape. And yes, unfortunately, in the time period in which people can be able to use AI and deepfakes to try and frame you, it is usually very easy to get 4 to 5 different angles, right? If I'm IRL and I'm recording on a camera, and I have a running VOD happening with 2 different angles between my cell phone, the camera that recorded it, and security footage, it's 3 points of contact. It's going to be pretty hard for somebody to fake that. That's it. That's all you do. Impound that into your brain. Just contort that into your face and you'll be fine. So basically, the general idea is be nice until it's time to not be nice. And then, if you have to not be nice, do it in a funny way to disarm them. Or do it in a nice way to let them know passively, hey, I'm not the one, but I can be the right one today. And if you have to go,
Backfires.
and if you have to go scorched earth, do not be afraid to burn everything down to demonstrate how little the fuck you give. Because usually, especially when you're talking about like online trolls, whose entire goal is to try to get a reaction, at that point, we're not concerned with reaction, we're concerned with survival. And the problem with that kind of person is that the issue is they care least. Now, if they're a person that truly it does not matter, they do not care, it's just about taking advantage of you and fucking with you, your best choice is to actually just block that person. Run away from that person, disengage from that person, block that person. You're not actually going to be able to get over the skin, or you're not going to be able to fight them in a way that would be communicative with the advice that I'm giving you here. No. If they, however, are engaging with you in a way where they're trying to make it seem like you have no choice but to engage, actually, what you do is that is when you, again, burn it to the ground. Because it is, to them, a game. And the game is who cares more. So your goal is to turn the game into who cares least. You are going to care so little that you're going to remove any ability for them to ever at any point pretend that it's not what it is. Because that's the real goal there. The goal isn't to try to be more aloof or more presenting or whatever you want to call it. Your goal is to make them commit to the bit. Once you have them commit to the bit, you then immediately fuck them away, all the way off and away from you. So when you establish that a person has negative intentions, do not give them a second chance. Cut the fucking knot. When you have established that they do not care about the things that you supposedly care about, and it's all about trying to get access to you or another person, cut them the fuck off. Repeat as nauseum until it sticks, and continue to remember the reason why you do this. It is the best thing to do, because if you're not going to ignore them and just simply not give them attention, you need to determine that there will be a cost. No free clout. Nothing for free. You're gonna have to lose something. An arm, a leg, an eye, your reputation, something. You're not gonna get it for free. Because I doubt many people care that much. Many people pretend that they care that much, but they don't actually care that much. It is a game. And as long as it is a game, let's play a video game. But they're not usually going to go that way. They're not truly gonna go that route, where they're going to actually spend that much time feeling like it's who's the has a or whoever, what the fuck you want to call it. They're going to only stay within the lines as it determines for their benefit, because it is about getting one over on you. It's very gay. It's very lame. But they want to get something over on you. So you don't let them. And in not letting them, they will become bored. They will get so fucking annoyed, they will get so fucking bored, it's not funny. Because the part that most trolls like is the watching you squirm. If you go Grey Rock, you're not squirming. If you're just violently lashing out with a pole, and it's not at all at like, leave me alone, I just wanted to be... No, none of that. No waterworks. Just violent, brutal, murderous intent. They're going to stop. Because they probably want to have teeth. They want to look pretty. Not many of them are willing to die and suffer for the art. But you see, this is very important. You have to determine which one is which. It's not easy. It's the difference between a wall master and a floor master. A wall master wants to pick you up and take you back to the start, make you waste your time. A floor master actually wants to throw hands with you. But the idea is that they want you to be more scared of them than you are to them in the instance. So they want to throw the punch when they believe that you are going to run away. So when you can establish that it's somebody who actually wants to throw hands and wants to scrap, by all means, call ISO and get the 1v1. If it is a person that is playing games and they have no actual serious committal, they're just trying to see what they fucking can get out of you. Remove yourself immediately, cut off all access, stem the bleeding, and take all the air out of the room from them. Again, very hard to tell which one is which. Sometimes, if not by design, because unfortunately, annoying, retarded people are annoying and retarded. It is the concept of Dunning-Kruger that we'll never be able to escape for our lives. They are very, very, very annoying people. Almost explicitly on purpose. Just because that's how they are. I wish that the world were not like this. But the world is like this. So you gotta be ready. You just gotta be ready. Handle it for what you gotta handle it for. Be ready for it. Have the hands for it. And use your energy wisely. And that's it. Comments, questions, concerns?
I guess the thing that I'm thinking of is, well, because that's like external people giving you shit, but what if it's more of just you're a bit of a doormat to your own friends? Not that they're being jerks to you, it's just, you know.
I mean, the advice is universal. If you feel like you are being a doormat and it's not because they're being hostile, but because you constantly put yourself in a position where you're offering something that you can't actually be able to offer them, then you have to recognize that that is you not defending your own security, and that you need to make the attempt to say, listen guys, I'd love to help you, but I actually really don't want to. Please forgive me, I just really don't want to.
Okay.
Part of the responsibility with being able to be prickly is that you have to be able to own your shit. So if you know that you are being a doormat, you have to own your shit and accept that part of the job requires you to address that. And if you can't address that, then, again, don't know what to tell you. Decisions are decisions for a reason. You still have to make them. It's kind of like your bed, except I'm bad at making my bed. It's actually better for me not to make my bed.
Because the thing I've been wrestling with mainly is, because you've talked about the 3 methods, and then there's the secret 4th method of just straight up go for the throat. My own problem is, like, that's almost like a knee-jerk reaction I have, where even if it's like I said, like a light jab to the rib, it could almost push me to the point of like, nah, I'm poking your eye out. But I know that's not right, so I try to keep it all in, but that just leaves me doing nothing. And either doing or saying something just depressing and making myself more of a doormat, just because I want to have more control than I want to figure out what do I actually need to do for this, because I got nothing to come back with. That's my big issue that I can think of.
I see. Well, you are your own person. You can decide what it is that you think is best for yourself in these situations as they appear and as they come up. As these are trying times that will want to make you pull your fucking hair out. All that people can really ask of you is for you to try your best and to put as much energy into solving problems as you could discover and avoid them. If every hamburger was perfect, we would not have hot dogs. So, do only what is necessary and required of you, and remember that you are not a victim that has to accept that you're being victimized. Just handle your shit just like anybody else, and the world will respect you for it more often than not. Sometimes people are just shit testing you.
Yeah. It's the big thing I'm thinking of at the moment. It's like I fall either between one of 2 extremes. I can either fall into being basically Shinji Ikari on one end, or Billy the Butcher on the other end. And I know that's not the best. That's not the best coin to toss.
No,
I
because it's
just
not
don't know how to
accurate.
change that.
You want to be end and repeat Shinji. You don't want to be main series Evangelion Shinji. Main series Evangelion Shinji was a Shinji that quite literally abdicated his responsibility to be an adult and to prepare himself for the hard world that he had to deal with. End and repeat, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion 3.0 and 1, which is end and repeat, is the version that Hideki wrote specifically to act as a proper capstone for the story he was trying to tell when he was lost in his depression, as is the same story that most animes usually tell, which is that you do have to become an adult and grow up and handle the problems that come with your philosophy and your ideals. Shinji is obviously a doormat because he does not think that he has the ability to stand up to his father, that his ideals and his worldview is not stronger than his father's, or his ideals are not something that he's worthy of achieving because he does not believe that he deserves them. Very similar to the conversation that I was having with Saffronet. You in your situation, I think you can probably yuckle fuck your way into a date with a woman. We've had this conversation. We've had this conversation about what's going to happen should you yuckle fuck your way into the situation, but you're prepared for it. But
At this point, I'll take anything.
what the question you have to ask yourself is, what are you going to do when somebody tries to punk you when you go on that date with that goth-headed Dami mommy with the G-cup titties? Are you going to just simply let her handle it? Because sure, some of them might want to, but what if you just deal with it and just handle it like any other man would or should?
I don't know exactly what you, but I guess that would come. My point would be is that, well, I guess that would come onto the other end, and I would just become effectively Billy the Butcher. I would find no other means of not making enemies, but making examples.
No.
And I know that's not right.
No, Billy Butcher wasn't supposed to be a character that was supposed to make examples of people. He was supposed to be a person who would learn how to make pressure points and make deals. What they fucking made that character into from Amazon Studios, and even a little bit of the comic book, is more of that Garth Ennis slash,
Oh, wait, are you talking about The Boys?
yes.
Oh, shit. No, not him. Oh my god, what was his name? Daniel Day-Lewis's character from Gangs of New York. Him.
Hey, you kept saying Billy the Butcher.
Is that not his name? Am I fucking stupid?
Maybe it
Is
is.
that not his name?
Maybe it is, and I'm not.
Hold on, let me
and I'm
check.
stupid.
I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna check that real quick. That is my bad. I fucked up. I was quoting the wrong fucking character.
I mean, maybe
I know
you.
he's something the Butcher.
I mean, maybe you were right. The point is that you don't want to always be a hammer and want a nail. It's easier to be flexible.
I'm trying to.
If you're constantly aggressive,
Yes, it is Bill the Butcher. My mistake.
it's fine.
I was calling him Billy.
If
My
you
bad.
are constantly aggressive and you are a hammer and want of a nail, then every single situation that requires a delicate strategy that does not require hostility but guile, you will fail at every time. It's not cute that when you could just simply dismiss somebody trying to make you feel insecure by instead being secure in yourself and handling it as you should, you decide, yeah, I'm gonna blow this kid's toe off. But all he did was scuff your J's. I don't care. Look, the guy died. That's not proper. That's not proper form.
No, it's not.
So,
No, it's.
that's what you do. Take that advice, go forward, conquer. Anything else?
I don't quite know.
Well, if you find...
I think I've been.
Go ahead.
Because it's just, I brought that up because it's like, I don't want to have those ends of the extremes, of at least as far as I can think of them in my head. I want to be somewhere closer to the middle, where you get more closer to that, I guess you could say, the gentleman warrior archetype of someone like Aragorn. Someone who knows when to be violent but knows when to be careful and gentle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Someone who I don't know exactly what road I need to take to beat that. That could be contextual.
No worry, you'll figure it out.
Okay.
So, with that, I'm going to take my leave.
Alrighty.
Thank you everybody who called in. Thank you for everybody who's listening. Thank you for everybody who's watching. We're going to see you in the new year. Take care. Have a good day. Have a good new year. Shabbat shalom.
Bye. Bye.
We'll see you when we see you.